What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, Fat Tuesday, March 4th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, perhaps a tip for kids to start things off today.
For sure.
We'll get to that here in a moment. We've got our guy Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field joining us at 7:20 to talk a little Longhorn baseball as the Horns are back in action at the Dish tonight. We've got Texas basketball this evening. Does anybody care? We've got Texas football maybe hiring a new assistant coach for Steve Sarkisian. Got a bunch of NFL stories to get into, some updates on the Qatar Airways discussion we had yesterday. Oh yeah, some juicy details that are not good for one of the world's biggest airlines. We've got all of that and a heck of a lot more between now and 9 o'clock right here on the TSU morning program. What's going on, my man?
Oh, you're welcome for the rain, y'all. Not a big deal. I told you it was coming, and it came early this morning. I don't even know if it rained last night. I know the winds were up, knocking stuff all over the porch, but it was it's still warm out, though. It's a nice warm. That wind hasn't cut into temperatures, so be careful. BK has already given me the fire alert that's out there, which I'm like, it's wet, dude. It's good. We're good for right now until till this afternoon when the sun starts shining and it gets really nice and hot out there in the 70s. But another glorious day in the beautiful hamlet of Dripping Springs, Texas, USA, America, and I'm happy to be here as we start the lentil season.
Today's the day.
I'm giving up no candies, BK. 40 days. None. Zero.
Wow. Okay. For the last couple of years.
That includes those Mento mints that I like. Nothing. No candies.
No candies or no sweets?
I didn't say sweets. I said no candies. That means ice cream is still on my menu.
Okay, I was going to say, for the last couple of years, ice cream has been the sacrifice you've made for the lentil season. This year, you're pivoting to a different sweet. You're going no candy.
None. No Sneaky Pete's, no nothing. No nothing. None of them. The ones I like to say that, they're only the little turtles, none of that stuff.
How often are you eating little turtles and Sneaky Peters?
I would say I probably have twice a week or 3 times a week that I'll eat some form of candy or sweet. I'm going to take the blueberry muffin off the list too. Can't have that either. Sorry about Starbucks.
Oh, you don't have to give up 2 things. It's only 1, I thought.
Oh, okay. Then blueberry muffins still on the list.
Okay. So no candy, but blueberry muffins and ice cream are still kosher.
Still kosher, that's right.
And what is this, 40 days till Easter?
40 days, brother.
All right, good luck. We'll be monitoring.
I'll be headed to Shoal Creek Saloon to feast on, that's right, Fat Tuesday.
So today's the last day you can eat meat?
Yeah, it's the last meat day too. Yes. Yeah, I do that. I do that. I have been in between Catholicism and, just non-denomination kind of church stuff. I've been, with my wife doing that. And, I don't go to Catholic church because I go to church with her, but I still have to do my, fish on Friday. Mickey D's, I'm coming.
There we go.
The freshest fish in the world. The freshest fish in the world coming up.
So I'm trying to make sure I've got the rules figured out. So can you have meat on any day that's not Friday?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what's the point of Fat Tuesday? I guess this is the day that you eat a bunch of what you're about to give up for the lentil season.
Yeah, I'm about to. Yeah, but I'm not going to have candy today. I don't need it.
Well, you're supposed to. It's Fat Tuesday. You're supposed to be fat. You get fat by eating a bunch of candy. I think I'm trying to follow y'all's rules here. This ain't my bit. It's your bit.
Maybe I should have a candy bar or 6 today.
Yeah. I was about to say, you're about to give it up for 40 days. This is your last chance.
I'm about to have some ice cream today, though. I know that's in a meal.
Like that.
But I've been eating a lot of good stuff out of my garden. My winter garden is going. The broccoli was delicious the other day. I had some nice fresh broccoli. I still don't know what to do with the kale, but I had some salad. I had a nice salad. So I'm getting stuff from my own garden, which is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'll learn how to do some other things. I got strawberries in there that are never going to make it. So I just look at them, and they don't even get to be ripe enough to pick and eat right there. So I try it every year. They just die. This doesn't work. Good try for the 25th year,
Hey, I respect the commitment right there. All right, let's get to your tip for kids here in a second after your soldier shout out, Buck.
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. We do appreciate it. To you and your families, thank you. And also be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. All right, your Tuesday tip for kids brought to you by our great friends at Relax the Back. What you got for the kiddos this morning, Buck?
Hey, kids, be a person of integrity. Okay, every decision you make or action you take, be moral, be ethical, and I guess sometimes be legal. Yes, I would say be legal. Be moral, be ethical, and also be legal. How's that? That's probably a tip for everybody.
Sometimes be legal or be legal?
I said sometimes be legal.
Yeah, that was a really good tip for the kids, and now you're like, sometimes you can break the law, so kind of lost me on that one.
That was me going downhill my speed limit, that's all. I was thinking about when I said be legal, I was thinking, damn. That was a while back, but as best you can, kids, be moral, be ethical, and be legal. That's all the decisions that you make and the actions that you take. And you know the difference.
Speaking
by
of
the
that,
way, kids, you can, and for you also, you kids, all of you think you're comics. We all think we're comics in one shape or form. So you can really, really help somebody out with your comedy. If they're in a bad mood, use your comical skills to help them get out of a bad mood or help them out if they're down.
Got 2 tips for the price of 1 today.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Use your comical skills. You can do it. Everybody's a class clown. Everybody wants to be a comedian. So use those skills to make somebody happy today.
Gotcha. Sometimes being unethical is funny, though.
Yeah. How about being legal?
Yeah. Sometimes being illegal is funny, too.
Yeah, that can be funny.
Okay. All right. So be ethical and be funny is the tips for the kids today.
Indeed.
Yeah, I like that. Good stuff.
Be legal too. Don't leave that one out. That's the one hey, it's tax season. People are starting,
The kids aren't paying taxes. What do they care about tax season?
Make sure you look at your dad's taxes, kids.
Yeah. Make sure your dad's not committing tax fraud. There's your tip for kids in the car line today.
How did you have that roof over your head? Make sure.
Ask your dad about his taxes.
You want that car going into your junior year. You better make sure he's doing the right thing with his taxes.
There you go. Yeah, everyone's favorite time of the year. We get to pay the government even more than we already do. Can't wait.
Man, oh, man. I'm glad I don't touch them. I'm glad I just put a bunch of stuff in. I have never, ever done my taxes. There's either a neighbor that did them that I paid money to, or now I have a tax guy. I just send it off. I'm going tomorrow and sit down and just drop it off. And they always give me the same old thing. You can keep your gas mileage on your app on your phone. I'm like, hey, that's why I pay you people. I'm not doing anything, okay? I'm giving this stuff to you in a big old envelope, and here's what you do. You do it.
How are they supposed to track your gas mileage when they're not in the car with you when you're driving?
You can do gas receipts and give it to them, correct?
Okay. Yeah. But
I try my best.
You're supposed to track if you're driving is business or personal.
Everything I do is business.
Okay.
I don't have very many personal miles. If I go play a round of golf and somebody's with me, it's business.
Yeah. Every meal you get, every McDonald's fillet of fish.
I don't do the meal thing. That's an exception to me. If I take my wife to dinner, I don't use that as a business expense. That's just taking my wife to dinner. I know some people could do that. I don't do that. I just say I'm taking my wife for a meal.
What about the drive to dinner?
All the driving to me is business.
Okay, so it's a business expense to drive to a personal event, huh? Yeah, don't put that on the record. You might want to take that back just in case the IRS is listening, because that's That's some shady logic right there, guy.
Yeah, I'm not using date night as a business trip.
That makes one of us.
By the way, don't worry about the brush fires unless you're over here where I live, since the county has spent its time during the course of this waiting for the deep freeze to cut all this wood away from the wires here. We still have above ground in the dripping spring area. We don't have underground. We still have telephone poles that look like they're about to fall down for years and years. Well, they cut all the oaks away, but they left them just lay there on the side of the street. I don't get that. I don't understand. We're doing one thing to save us so that we don't have the wires and keep our electricity going, but we drop all the huge oak branches still on the side of the road where if somebody throws out a cigarette butt or something, the whole area goes up in flames, like what happened in Oak Hill where you live years ago. It's like, why do you do one thing and just don't finish the job?
You're asking the wrong person on that.
Now, like I asked you before, am I a good Samaritan if I go with the old brown doo-doo brown that I still have, gather it up, get it in my wood pile and burn it?
I mean, don't burn it today, please.
No, I'm not burning it today, but I have a wood pile that's going. It's just going to get wet today, but it'll be ready for, a couple days from now when I do a regular burning. Should I go up my road and collect? I mean,
sure.
It's work. It's a lot. It's a lot of this stuff, but I mean, do I go to the people and say, hey, listen, it looks like this may be on your property, but I'm going to get rid of this for you? Because I don't want my house to burn down. I'm serious. That stuff is just laid out there, just waiting. And there's cedar trees all in this area.
It's up to you, I guess. If you want to take that responsibility on by yourself, you can. I feel like you could just call the city and be like, hey, you guys didn't finish the job. And they would probably in 6 months come out and finish the job.
Come out in a year from now.
Yeah. If you want to do it, I'm sure people feel the same way you feel. Like there's no way you're the only person who is mad that they just left all that crap lying around. So if you want to take charge and clean everything up in your city, then I'm sure your neighbors would love you.
Well, it's just right down the road. It's still right by the oak trees themselves. I mean, if that catches, that cedar and everything else and those houses that are on that near that property are going. And my house is near everybody's property. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just thinking it's not a big deal. It gives me a little exercise. I go there, throw it on the truck, drive it over to my pile, dump it, use my chainsaw, cut a little bit of it up. When I start burning, just burn some of that stuff at a time. I mean, I'm sure they would appreciate it, but dude, I don't like walking onto somebody's property that's on the other side of a fence or the other side of a wall and doing that. They probably think, oh, that dude's stealing my oak.
Better watch out. Someone's got a 12 gauge.
That's what I'm saying. I wonder if I knock or something, or I don't have the numbers, but I just don't want to start throwing their wood in my truck. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, don't be touching anybody's wood without their permission. That's a tip for kids in the car line right there. Oh, man. I don't know. Let the people chime in on the Coda text line 512-222-9328. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are open as well. Should the Buck take on neighborhood cleanup, pick up a bunch of wood from around the neighborhood and touch all of his neighbors' wood today? Let him know on that Coda text line. All right, we've got Mark from Occupy Left Field coming on in 5 minutes. So we'll start a little Texas basketball conversation before we switch over to baseball, and then we can get back into this more in hour number 2. But the Longhorn men playing their final road game of the regular season tonight, taking on 25th ranked Mississippi State in Starkville. It's a 7 o'clock tip on the SEC network. Of course, we talked a lot of Texas hoops yesterday. The Longhorns have lost 3 in a row and 6 of their last 7. Look, I was doing some search last night. The Longhorns currently have a 6% chance, not 16, not 6D, a 6% chance to make the NCAA tournament at this moment. Of course, a win tonight kind of gets them back into the conversation, but they are 7.5-point underdogs against a ranked Mississippi State team. Do you give the Longhorns any chance, or are you even going to waste your time watching this tonight?
I will. I'll start watching it, but they're not going to win this game. They don't have any. There's no. I'm not going to say they don't have the balls. They don't have enough talent to win the game. or they're not talented enough together to win this game on the road. They're just not. They're not going to all of a sudden be a physical basketball team on the last regular season game, and that's not happening. At Mississippi State can use this game. They're going to be in no matter what anyway.
Yeah.
But they need to springboard themselves forward. This team isn't springboard themselves anywhere. These guys are looking to go home.
I don't know what gives anybody any faith that the Longhorns can go on the road and win this game. I mean, especially considering what they've done as of late. They've lost to a lot worse teams than Mississippi State.
Oh, yeah, for sure. This is a physical group here.
Yeah, and Bulldogs have been ranked in the last 11 AP Top 25 polls. That's the longest streak for Mississippi State since 2018-2019. So their head coach, Chris Jans, has done a hell of a job. I know some Texas fans have brought his name up as a potential replacement for Rodney Terry. He's relatively low on my list, but you've got to respect what he's done in Starkville. That's never been a basketball program with a lot of success, and he's been able to have them consistently good for the last few years. So you're right. They're a tournament lock. They're playing well. They're coming off a blowout victory over LSU over the weekend. They've beaten some good teams. They beat Ole Miss twice. They beat Vanderbilt on the road. They beat A&M. They beat Memphis.
Why don't we steal that guy? Why don't we steal that coach?
Well, I think Texas can do better. Like, would he be an upgrade over Rodney Terry? Yeah. I think just about every coach in the SEC outside of Norman, Oklahoma, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and Columbia, South Carolina would be upgrades over.
Yeah, they're going to pay that
Rodney
guy
Terry.
a good advantage this year. They're going to give him – he's going to get a big bump. And, I mean, he's got that program going pretty good. They fight hard.
Well, that's good, right? Like a random Vanderbilt tangent. I'm glad you brought that up because they've got a first-year head coach in Mark Byington who has done an amazing job there.
Yes.
I think they were technically 26th in the AP rankings this week. They weren't ranked, but they were the highest receiving votes team in the poll. Like, that team is a tournament lock, and they were picked to finish dead last in the SEC. They've got no resources, an old-ass gym, and they bring in a first-year head coach, and boom, they're right in the middle of the pack in the SEC, but they are a lock to make the NCAA tournament. So
yeah, he seems like a go-getter. He seems like a guy that can go get it, you know?
Yeah.
If you give him some resources, he'll be pretty good.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it'll be interesting because he's going to be in the mix for some bigger jobs after this season. I'd be a little surprised if Texas really considered him. Again, I think CDC is going to swing for the fences and go for a guy with a little bit more skins on the wall than Mark Byington does. But he's done a tremendous job, and it just goes to show you that if you get the right coach in place, you can turn things around pretty quickly.
Sure.
In men's college basketball. And Vanderbilt, they've got a lot of transfer players in there too. They built a lot of this roster from scratch last offseason, and here they are looking good. So, yeah, that's obviously a conversation that Texas basketball is likely going to have. We'll get more into this game a little bit later in the show. But again, Texas, a 7.5-point underdog at Mississippi State. Ken Palm has this as a 7-point loss for the Longhorns tonight. And if Texas does, in fact, lose in Starkville, the best they could do is 6-12 in SEC play.
No, I won't do it.
And that's not going to get the job done. There's never been a at-large bid given out to a team that's 6 games under 500 in their conference. So they got to win these last two to feel like they really have a shot, barring obviously a really deep run in the SEC tournament in Nashville next week. All right, we'll get back into that a little bit later, plus some Texas football conversation as the Longhorns apparently are close to hiring another assistant coach for Steve Sarkisian's staff. But before we get into either of those conversations, let's talk a little Longhorn baseball. And coming off his trip to Las Vegas, where he watched the Longhorns sweep the Las Vegas Classic over the weekend, it's our man, Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field, kind enough to join us for his weekly visit. What's going on, Mark?
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm doing great. How about you guys?
Doing fantastic, man. How was your trip to Vegas besides baseball?
Oh, it was fun. We had a good time. I will admit the tables were very, very cruel to me during the weekend there. So that was kind of a bummer. And then I got to tell y'all, man, I was cooking up a big parlay sports-wise that was about to bring me in a lot of money, but unfortunately the last leg was Texas basketball
at
home
come
against
on.
Georgia.
They
just needed to win. They didn't need to cover. They were a
You
6-point favorite. I just needed money line, man, and I would have
couldn't.
cashed out.
No, they can't
Mark.
win on the road, at home, in the street, at the playground.
Parlay. They were the
Oh,
last team left, guys.
wow,
Man,
Oh.
I was already counting that money.
man.
You know better. You've watched enough of this basketball team to know you can't rely on them in a bet. Come on, man.
Wow.
No, I should have
Had to
known better.
vote.
My wife warned me, and
Huh?
she still won't stop telling me. She's like, I told you not to add the basketball team, but that's what I get for not paying attention to her advice. So
For the
what can you
baseball
do?
team, what did you see, Mark? What did you like? I mean, there's really that good solid pitching that we talked about early in the season that they're still trying to find their way. But it looks like the Longhorns have found their way when it comes to what they like in their rotation. On Friday and Saturday, the back end is starting to take shape, but they had a game of some struggles on defense a little bit. So, and that's going to happen early in the season. You got to believe that you're going to see more than that. I know we're getting ready to come into SEC play, but defensively, I mean, that can come and jump up at you early in the season, no matter whether it's SEC play, before SEC play, during the SEC play. Early in the season, it just happens, doesn't it?
It does, and I think when we talked last week, right, we were talking a little bit about the offense. They were coming off
Right.
of a slow weekend against Dartmouth, and man, we really saw the offense click again in Vegas, right? They scored double digits all 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
The bats really look good. You mentioned the pitching. I'm starting to get more and more confident about our Friday and Saturday night starters. Jared Spencer had another great performance. Luke Harrison was solid as well. And you're right. There was a little bit of trouble defensively, right? A couple of errors from the infield that we'll hopefully be able to iron out. Funny thing, though, I mentioned last week I was interested to see how the defense played on a natural surface.
Right.
Because here at the Dish, right, we're playing on carpet, and playing on grass and dirt is a little bit different, especially in a stadium you're unfamiliar with. But I was actually told yesterday, I actually didn't know this, that the rest of the season, Texas only plays 2 more weekends on natural surfaces in the regular season. That's going to be Mississippi State and Arkansas. Everything else is going to be on turf. So I'm hoping that as Rodriguez and other guys get more experience under their belt, that the defense will shore up a little bit. I think that really is the only area of improvement that I see right now. I think the offense is playing well. The pitching's doing great. And I think defense has to be the focus for the next week or so, right, as we ramp up for SEC play. We really got to tighten that up, get some confidence in the infield, and clean up some of those mistakes that we've seen. But other than that, super encouraged by what I saw. The team is looking great. They're playing great, playing with a lot of confidence. So it's been good to see.
Yeah, Mark, you mentioned the offensive turnaround, right? A little bit of a struggle in that home series against Dartmouth, but the bats came to life this past weekend in Vegas. And one of those bats that's been rolling as of late is Arizona State transfer Ethan Mendoza, who Schloss moved to the leadoff spot a week or so ago, and he's been money since then. He's hitting .424 on the season. Talk about him a little bit and just some of the spark that he's provided to the top of this Longhorn lineup.
He's been fantastic. He's crushing the ball. I honestly knew he was going to be good from an average perspective. I didn't think we'd see quite as much power as we've seen the last couple of weeks, right? He's hit several balls over the fence. He's hitting balls in the gap. And he's just playing as well with a ton of confidence right now. So he's been huge. I feel like he's been, pretty solid defensively as well at second base. And I do like that move up in the lineup. I feel like he could be a really good table setter for the team. Just a very exciting kid to watch play. Plays with a ton of emotion. Like I said, ton of confidence, and he's been fantastic for us so far.
Mark, is this a team that doesn't have to take trying to take a lot of extra bases, forcing the defenses to make good throws, whether they're taking an extra base or not? Or is it a team that bats so well that you really don't want to risk getting thrown out right now?
Yeah, we haven't seen a ton of trying to steal bags at this point in the year. I'm not sure if that's going to mature or change at all as we get further in the season. But you're absolutely right, Bucky. Right now, kind of our bread and butter has been get a guy on base, then hit a double in the gap or hit a home run, kind of score runs with the extra base hits. So it looks like that's going to be our philosophy. We have a lot of guys in the lineup with significant power. And I think that's going to be what our offense is kind of predicated on this season.
Just pitching and don't take those kind of chances, huh?
Yeah, that's what it seems like at this point. There are a couple of guys, Winfield, maybe Mendoza, that they could help us with stealing bases later in the year. But I think we talked about this a few weeks back. We just don't seem to have like that prototypical base stealer that you usually have on the team. I don't think we have that one guy where it's like, oh, you get him on base, he's going to take second, he's going to take third. I think we're going to have to rely on hitting a lot more than that, and it doesn't look like Schloss is going to be playing any brand of small ball here at Texas. You haven't seen a lot of bunting either, anything like that. It's just get up to the plate, hit away. Let's see how we can get the guys around the bases.
Yeah, Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field joining us to talk some Texas baseball. Yeah, good segue there, Mark. How are the old heads handling the lack of small ball? Obviously, that's been a staple of Longhorn baseball for a long, long time. I mean, Augie Ball was what it was called by so many college baseball fans everywhere. David Pierce, he wasn't quite as married to it as Augie Garrido was, but still was a big fan of the small ball from time to time. The diehards you've talked to and some of the old heads you've talked to, are they okay with the changes as long as the team keeps winning games?
So, BK, I'm actually a big small ball guy as well, but I'll say this. You're scoring 10 runs a game, I'll shut up, right? I think small ball and the old heads are only going to bark if you're losing baseball games 3-2 and you had an opportunity to move a runner over from first to second. You didn't take that opportunity. But if the offense is cooking and we're scoring a lot of runs and hitting for average, I think you'll see the small ball folks kind of quiet down as long as the offense is producing. But, again, you're going to get into these SEC games where it's high leverage situation, a very close game, a 1-run game. You're down 1 run. You need to tie it up. And that's where I'm interested to see if Schloss will maybe lean on moving runners over in those situations, or if he's going to continue to let the guys swing away. But we're going to find that out very soon, guys. We only have 5 more games before we get thrown into that SEC gauntlet. So we have this week to kind of figure out those last pieces, and then it's showtime for Texas.
Mark, what do you see from the catching so far and handling the pitching? I know most of the pitches come from the dugout and somebody else is calling those pitches, but how are the catchers handling the pitching so far?
I think Galvan's been doing a great job. The one worry I have right now, right, is just him being able to sustain, right, playing every game, because it seems like he's going to be the everyday catcher for us. We have the freshman Chamberlain coming in who's had a little bit of action behind the plate, and hopefully he'll be a guy that you can slide in on a Tuesday, maybe some part during a weekend series to get Galvan some rest. But I think Ryland's been doing a fantastic job with the pitching. He seems to be getting more comfortable throwing runners out, working behind the plate. But if we can keep him healthy, man, he's a fantastic catcher, and I have all the confidence in the world in Ryland to help the pitching staff and to also be that solid catcher behind the plate for us this year.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Just 5 more games before the dip into SEC play. Well, it's not really a dip. It's a full jump into the deep end. Maybe it's the defense. You might have answered this earlier, but what else are you hoping to see in this game tonight against A&M Corpus, this weekend against Santa Clara, next week before the trip to Starkville?
There's a couple of things. If I had to name 3, I think it would be the defense. I want to see them shore things up infield-wise and just look more confident and comfortable defensively. And I also want to see, how things shake out Sunday from a pitching perspective, right? Cade Bing's been doing a really good job on Sundays, but I feel like that's still the one area where Schloss and Wiener may decide to tinker a little bit right now, right? We've got a couple of different options. It's Cade Bing. Is Dylan Valantis maybe going to slide into a starting role? The third thing I want to see, BK, tonight is Flores, right? The freshman pitcher that was fantastic last week. He blew me away, just looked incredible. And I want to see if he can come out and do that same thing again today, because I really feel like with what I saw, he may be another option for us as a weekend pitcher as you get later in the year. Right now we're set up lefty from a pitching perspective, but he does give us that right hand pitching option if that's something that Schlossnagle wants to mix into the weekend rotation. So I think he would be the third thing, just seeing how he responds tonight. Can he string together a couple of good Tuesday starts and put himself in a position to maybe be promoted to the weekend rotation moving forward?
Yeah, you called it last week, Mark. You were expecting good things from Jason Flores in that Incarnate Word game, and he delivered 3 scoreless innings in his Longhorn debut. Hopefully we see more of the same tonight. Last thing, any concern about this game tonight? I'm sorry to bring up a bad memory, but Texas actually lost to the Islanders of A&M Corpus Christi last year. We feel good about this revenge game for the Horns?
I don't think it's going to be a revenge game for the Horns. I don't think anybody is paying attention to any past losses to the Islanders. But I do want to see Texas handle business, right? I think from a fan perspective, BK, I'm feeling about as good as I can after 10 games. If you would have told me Texas was going to start 9-1 with 9 straight wins, I would have been ecstatic. And I really feel like we have the opportunity to string together 5 more wins here at home over the next week. And I want to see the team play confident, but play loose and get those wins, right? We're going to be the better team over the next 5 games. And man, it would be pretty fantastic to roll into Starkville next Friday with a 14-game winning streak and just ready to go for SEC play, man. So like I mentioned, 1 more week to work out the kinks and to settle in on your pitching rotation, defensive alignment, and then we start playing for keeps, man. We go right into Mississippi State and LSU, and that SEC grind is going to hit you real fast. So
well, I'm interested.
I couldn't be more excited.
Yeah, I'm interested next week, Mark, and asking about these other teams in the SEC. Yeah, I know, I'm not a big baseball guy, so I know enough about Texas, but I got to start asking about these other teams in the SEC. And, as we call it a gauntlet, who really is the gauntlet? Is it everybody? I mean, is it the entire SEC? Are there no weak links? Is it sort of like the way basketball has been and football? It's just a conference just filled with great athletic teams. I mean, is that just the way it looks so far?
It's going to be a grind. There are no weeks off in SEC baseball. I can't even describe to you how much of a step up it's going to be for us from the Big 12, which I considered a strong conference, right? But you're not playing teams like Kansas and Central Florida and teams like that in the SEC, man. You're not getting those type of weekends. And I got to say, between now and the next 2 weeks, I'm going to be cheering for LSU. Can you imagine what it would be like to have your first home SEC baseball weekend? You're hosting the number 1 ranked LSU Tigers.
There you go.
That would be a hell of a weekend to have in Austin a couple weeks from now. So, yeah, it's going to be fantastic. It's going to be a blast for the fans. It really will be like having 4 or 5 regionals at home in the course of one season. When you start talking about hosting Florida, hosting A&M, hosting LSU, hosting Georgia. All those teams right now are in the top 12 in the country.
Well,
so
just get the parking space.
Crazy.
We can get the parking stuff.
Oh, Lord.
It's all good, right? You're going to have these kind of crowds, right? Don't you have to get that straight?
You know what? I think that'll all start coming up again this weekend as we get back to a home series. We'll see what things look like, but I'm not lying. We already have people who are texting me like, hey, I think we're just going to end up Ubering the games now because there's no place to park. So hopefully people will be creative and not be discouraged by the parking mess. And I'm confident that the Texas baseball fans will still find a way to the stadium. So hoping to see all of them out there this weekend. The weather should be nice and hoping to have some really nice crowds to support the team this weekend.
Yeah, they've earned it so far. No doubt about it. Mark, great stuff as always, my friend. Thanks so much for your time this morning, and we'll catch up next week.
Thanks, Mark.
Appreciate it, guys. Y'all have a great week.
You too. Welcome. All right, there he goes. Mark Pena, occupy left field. He'll be out there tonight for the Longhorns game against A&M Corpus Christi. And then, one more non-conference series this weekend against Santa Clara, and then a trip to Stark Vegas. So the Longhorn men's basketball team playing at Mississippi State tonight. The Longhorns baseball team will take their talents to Mississippi State next weekend. But 5 more non-conference games before league play begins. And I'll answer the question you asked Mark about how good the SEC is, Buck. Number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 5 are all SEC teams. Number 7, number 12, number 13, number 14 are all SEC teams. So what is that? 4 of the top 5 and
Another
eight
4.
of the top 14.
Somebody's got to stink.
Ole Miss at 17, Vanderbilt at 18, Auburn at 22, Alabama at 23. So that's what, 11 SEC teams in the top 25 right now?
12, yes.
It's better than basketball. Think about that. Like, SEC basketball this year has been historically good. Maybe the best year a conference has ever had in a singular college basketball season. SEC baseball, just looking at the rankings, is even better than that.
So there's no easy wins. There are no, we got this one.
Mizzou's pretty bad.
Okay.
Texas does get to play Mizzou. Now, that is a road series. I believe that's towards the end of March, maybe early April. So, yeah, you do get the projected worst team in the league. Like, I don't think all 16 teams are going to make it to the NCAA tournament, but, I mean, it's maybe 1 to 2 reprieves you get in this league, and that's it.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's tough. It's going to be tough sledding, and that's a big reason why CDC made the move to get rid of David Pierce to bring in Jim Schlossnagle. Like, you wanted to make sure you had a coach who knew what it took to be competitive in this league. Obviously, A&M was very competitive in this league last year, made it all the way to the national championship series with Schloss at the helm. That's what Texas is obviously hoping for with Schloss in Austin. But, yeah, it'll be a test to see if the Longhorns have the roster already in year 1 of the Schloss era to hang in the best conference in the sports. Good stuff. Hey, if you want to get to the game tonight, how about centextickets.com?
Absolutely.
They got you covered. Baseball tickets to tonight's game, to this weekend's games, to every Longhorn game at the Dish all year round. Head over to centextickets.com. Make sure you use the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout. You're going to get 10% off of your ticket purchase. And it's not just Longhorn games. They got Texas Stars tickets as well. If you want to watch some hockey, the Texas Stars are in first place right now in the Central Division. Get up to the HEB Center at Cedar Park and catch a little hockey this year. They've got you with sports, concerts, Broadway shows, comedy shows, anything, all in one place. It's centextickets.com.
And folks, our good friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, once again, it is that time. We're getting ready for March Madness. Getting ready to have all those, when you're not going to work on Thursdays and Friday of March Madness, we know what's going to happen then. You're going to need to have your alcohol, and that's the place to get it. 4601 Southwest Parkway. Are we having that big office party? Think about them. They're a wholesale distributor. They can get all the alcohol you want to you, and they can get you, of course, that Allstat beer because they've got plenty of it there. I saw the truck there yesterday, as a matter of fact. But they're still shipping it in. My goodness. I'm like, the store's only so big at 4601. How many Allstat trucks need to be? They must be getting rid of it in a hurry. Must be good beer.
It's great beer.
It's not piss.
It's not piss. No, it is not. Don't drink piss. Drink Altstat, the best beer that you could find in all of Texas. And like the Buck said, you could get it at 34 Wine and Spirits. But March is maybe my second favorite sports month of the year. Like, October's the GOAT for me.
Oh, yeah.
But March, because the NCAA tournament exists, but also you've got, hockey nearing the home stretch and basketball nearing the home stretch. And of course, baseball, college baseball is in full swing, but Major League Baseball will start later this month. You've got a lot going on in the world of sports, which means you've got a lot of opportunities to drink some Altstat beer. Go get you some. Really, the sports watching and all of your good times are made better with a great beer. Altstat is that beer, brewed locally in Fredericksburg, easy to find all across the Lone Star State. They've got a bunch of different brews. They've got you covered with everything you need. And we might be doing a little Altstat giveaway, not for Altstat beer.
Now you're talking.
But our friends at the Altstat Brewery have a suite at Q2 Stadium.
Nice. Now you're talking for a little sake.
We might be giving away some sweet tickets to an Austin FC match in the not-too-distant future.
Very nice.
So be on the lookout and the listen out for that. That'll be one of the best giveaways we've ever done here on TSU. So shout out to Altstat Brewery for hooking us up with that. But in the meantime, definitely go hook yourself up with the greatness that is Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets.
I'll tell you what I'm hooked up with is my AV Consultations big screen TV, 85 inches, ready to go for the Masters, ready to go for March Madness, of course, ready to watch that guy Copper Flag. I mean, I'm waiting to see that dude. That dude can ball.
Who?
Copper Flag.
Cooper?
Wait a minute. It was the correct pronunciation. Is it not Copper Flag? Isn't it? Doesn't copper spell the same way? No?
Well, the correct pronunciation of correct is correct. It took you a while to get there.
Correct.
No, it's Cooper. There's 2 O's, not 2 P's.
No copper flag? I can't call him Copper?
I guess you can, but it's not
I
his
love
name.
him, man. I watched that dude. That dude can play.
Yeah, he's a beast. He
scares me. He is balls to the wall, junkyard, talented, getting on the ground for loose balls. Get a bunch of guys like that. Look out. That dude can go.
He's going to be the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft this summer.
He does not go anywhere. He's coming back to campus.
He's not coming back to campus. Brother. No, he's not. They tried last night, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. He said, I'm taking it one day at a time, just enjoying life, brother.
It's pretty funny watching Duke blow out Wake Forest last night. You've got the Cameron Crazies shouting, 1 more year, 1 more year.
Yeah, I got a feeling that guy has to go. I saw his mom and dad. His mom and dad looked at each other like, he ain't coming back here.
No. If that's my kid and he's like, I want to come back, I'm like, yeah, no, you're not doing that. If you want to stay a part of this family, you're going to the league.
He's diving on the ground for loose balls. And
yeah, he's a monster. I mean, he might win player of the year. It'll be either him or Janai Broome at Auburn. If I had a vote, I'd give it to Janai Broome just because the SEC is so much better than the ACC.
Oh, yeah.
And I know Duke beat Auburn this year. That's one of Auburn's 2 losses that they have. But with what Broome has done in the toughest league in the history of the sport, he would have my vote. But in terms of the NBA, I mean, capture the flag is what the motto has been. You know, there's tank for Tua, tank for Trevor. It's been capture the flag. That's been what tanking teams in the NBA have been saying, really, since the college basketball season began. This dude's the real deal. He's a complete player, and Duke's one of the favorites to win the whole thing this year because of him. So, yeah, he's a stud. Cooper, I believe, is what most people call him, though. Not Copper.
I like his game. I'll tell you what I like is, like I said, I like his physicality when he goes to the hoop, too. I mean, he goes strong.
Yeah, he can do everything. I mean, he's big, he's long, he can defend, he can rebound, but he is a 3-level scorer, right? I mean, he can get to the cup, he can knock down the 3. He's got some mid-range game, too. I mean, there's not a lot to dislike about Cooper Flagg's game. And you're right, he plays hard. Like, he could totally just check out and just like, I'm going to be the number 1 pick, whatever. None of this really matters. But he is balls to the wall, like you said, diving on the floor for loose balls. He's competing on defense. He's on the glass. He's the total package, man. He's a good player.
Yeah, you can tell he enjoys the game.
Yeah, and that Duke team. Again, the ACC is about as bad as it's ever been. But to beat up on the teams the way Duke has been beating up on these teams is
all these 30-point wins.
Yeah, like that's. I don't care who you're playing. If you're playing any power conference team, and Wake Forest isn't that bad.
No,
if you're winning all these games by 20 or 30 plus, which it feels like Duke is every time they're on the floor, you're doing something right. So they've got a shot, man. They've got a real shot this year, and they will be a popular pick in our TSU bracket challenge whenever that thing gets released.
Yeah, of course. Just play the favorites.
Well, last year you had one of the best brackets in the world.
Yes.
And you didn't really do that strategy because you had the 11 seed NC State in the Final Four, and they got there.
Yeah, well, don't worry. They're not there this year.
No.
They're not going anywhere. That group they're like the football team. Oh, they'll be good. Every year they tell me how good the football team will be. And then it's probably around game number 5, they just get dismantled. And then they're done for the year.
You know how they
lose a quarterback that they bring in from a transfer that they bring in, and then he's done, and then they're done. Their basketball will be the same way again this year.
Well, the season's almost over. They already are bad.
Yeah,
you know how bad NC State basketball is, Buck?
They're not at the bottom, are they?
They lost to Texas. They suck.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
That's the barometer this year. If you lost to Texas, you're not good at basketball.
Damn.
They lost to Texas at their own place.
That was like game number 2, wasn't it?
Pretty early, probably 4 or 5. But, Texas fans were like, nice, we just went on the road and beat a Final Four team from last year. It's like, oh, no, they're not really a Final Four team this year.
No, not really.
So you got to find your NC State. You can't go all chalk this year. You got to find your
I'll be messing around in the Big East. I like some of the teams in the Big East this year.
You're going to go bold with UConn making a run?
No, I'm not. They're they found their mojo a little bit, but they have been struggling against everybody, every game they played. The Johnnies are pretty good. Villanova's not bad.
They're not going to make the tournament.
Nova's not going to make it?
No.
I don't know. I like the way they're playing late in the season. I like St. John's, of course. I like Marquette too.
Oh, Shaka in the tournament? Come on.
Yes.
All right. We'll get into more of that later. That's I'll see if you can.
I'll tell you who I don't like. The Jayhawks. How's that?
Yeah, well, you should have them losing in round one. They played a lot better than I thought they would last night at Houston. I thought they were going to get crushed. They were 9.5-point dogs, and I'm like, that's not nearly enough. They were competitive, but they lose again. Houston's really good too. That's another team that's going to be a popular pick to cut down the Nets. In San Antonio.
I agree with you. It's time for that dude Harris to graduate after 8 years.
Yeah, they've got a few guys that just need to move on. Some guys who were part of that 2022 national championship team that will be legends forever in Lawrence. But
yes,
they've got a few guys who have just been there, and it might be time for a pretty big overhaul with that KU roster because the last 2 years, last year wasn't this bad, but it was still down by Kansas standards. This year's been bad. There's no way around it. So, don't be picking Kansas. Don't be like, oh, it's Kansas. It's Bill Self. He's got 2 titles. They're going to be my sleeper. No, let me save you. Don't do it.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do that. No, they're not a sleeper. They're not anything. They were preseason number 1.
They're asleep.
Yeah, that's hard to believe they were preseason number 1.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. I was surprised they were ranked that high, but they should have been in the top 5 with the team that they have. There's no doubt.
I agree.
They haven't looked like a top 5 team in Big 12 play. All right. There's a little college hoops for you. Again, Texas at Mississippi State tonight. If you watch it, God bless you. Godspeed. Hopefully God is on our side this evening. Goodness gracious. Hey, a little Texas football for you, Buck.
Nice.
A report yesterday from Matt Zenitz of CBS Sports that the Longhorns are eyeing former West Virginia head coach Neil Brown for a spot on Steve Sarkisian's coaching staff. Neil Brown was fired in Morgantown after going 6-6 during the 2024 regular season. Of course, Texas just hired Brown's running backs coach, Chad Scott, to replace Deshard Choice a couple of weeks ago, throwing a lot of names at you here. So you've got that familiarity there, but potentially Neil Brown coming on board. You okay with this?
I'm always good. The more the merrier. The more thoughts, the better. Maybe he's got some goal line offense. He did have that big running back, so they did call some plays that they could get in from the 2 and the 3. It doesn't hurt you to have extra eyes. The guy who was a head coach who struggled at West Virginia, but really tried to come on strong. He saved his job a few times at West Virginia because it was every year after about his 3rd year that he was getting ready to get fired. And then they kept saying, he's gone. He'd find a way to get to a bowl game. He's back. And then finally they got him. So, but it wouldn't hurt to have him.
Yeah, I feel the same way. All of the on-field coaching roles are taken. So if Neil Brown does get hired, it will be in a support staff or analyst kind of role. And he wants to keep his football career going. He's a pretty young guy. He wants to still be around the game. So he wants to keep going. It's a good stop right here. 6 years at West Virginia, 37-35. 37-35, was the overall record for Neil Brown. You said it, that 2023 season, he saved his job. Mountaineers went 9-4 a couple of years ago, which bought Neil Brown a little bit more time, but they took a step back, obviously going from 9 wins to 6 wins this past season. So I like this. Look, I would not want Neil Brown to be a head coach. I would not want him to be a coordinator. I don't know how thrilled I'd be to have him even as a position coach, to be perfectly honest with you. But to have him on the staff, he does have an offensive background, right? Was an offensive coordinator at a couple of different spots, including Texas Tech, funny enough, before getting into head coaching. He was the head coach at Troy and then got the head coaching gig at WVU. So he's got a resume, and this is kind of what Nick Saban did, right? Like, I don't want to compare what Sark has done to what Nick Saban has done, but Nick Saban made a living off of this. It was the Nick Saban coaching car wash, where he'd bring in a kind of big-name coach who had just gotten fired somewhere. He'd clean him up as an analyst or as a support staffer, and then, once he was clean and the house was renovated, he'd flip him somewhere else, and that coach would get a gig somewhere else. Hell, Steve Sarkisian was a part of that car wash.
Yeah, he was. Now, what about the running back who was at West Virginia? Is he finally graduated, or they get to bring him too? For short yardage and goal line.
Well, C.J. Donaldson is the big guy, the former tight end. He's at Ohio State. He transferred to Ohio State.
So he's gone. He is gone.
Well, he's at Ohio State, so Texas will see him on August 30th. The other running back, the guy that we talked about when Chad Scott got hired in Austin, was Jaheim White. Obviously, the portal's closed right now, so Jaheim White cannot leave, but that's a name to look out for after spring ball is done, when the portal window opens up again.
Don't get caught short with running backs this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've got the bodies this year, and Jaheim White would not be a depth guy. Jaheim White would come in and play right away. He's only 5'7", $190, but he is fast as hell. 2 seasons in Morgantown.
Oh, you're bringing in Kyler Murray.
Well, he's a running back, not a quarterback.
Yeah, well, and you're bringing size-wise.
All right. Yeah, a guy who's a couple inches taller than you, I guess.
Wow.
5'7"? What are you, 5'4"? 5'4", 5'5"?
Not so fast, midget. Not so fast.
I don't think so. I'm a full-grown old man at 5'9".
You think Kyler Murray's 5'7"? Yeah, he's taller than 5'7", right?
Well, he's allegedly 6 foot, but we know that's not true.
No, that ain't true. Oh, my God. Speaking of this Kyler Murray thing, because I remember when he was going pro, that was a huge topic of conversation going into the combine, right? How tall was Kyler Murray going to be?
On a rack and stretched him out or something.
So Jalen Milroe, Alabama's quarterback the last couple of seasons, he was at the combine in Indy. Let me make sure I have these stats right here. So he was actually at the Senior Bowl in Mobile a few weeks ago. His hand size at the Senior Bowl was 8 6/8 inches. Very small hands. Like Joe Burrow had 9-inch hands coming out of LSU, and people were worried if those hands were going to be big enough to be a good quarterback in the league. I don't think it mattered too much. But like 9-inch hands are considered small.
Right.
Jalen Milroe was 8 6/8.
Was he got little hands Pickett?
I guess so. Well, at the combine this past weekend, Jalen Milroe had 9 3/8 inch hands. 7/8 of an inch increase in hand size in 3 weeks.
How do you do that?
I don't know. I was going to ask you if you had any intel on that.
That's a lot of practice. It's a lot of stretching.
How do you stretch your hands and your fingers that much? What do you just like, hey, pull my finger everywhere you go? You're just walking around asking people to do that? Like, what machine exists that will loosen up your hands that much?
Maybe a masseuse. Maybe I need to ask some of these kickers what masseuse does great with the hands.
You think, he's hanging out with Justin Tucker?
How do you get those hands stretched?
He was going with the Uncle Jack from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia bit. There's a little screen share here. There's a character in that show who has tiny hands, and he's so self-conscious about him that when he goes out in public, he like tapes giant ass inflatable hands to his hand. He's a lawyer. He was in a courtroom one time, and he was like trying to point to make an objection, and one of his hands flew off. And he was like, don't look. And he runs across the courtroom and puts his hand back on. That must have been what Jalen Milroe did. He just put on like fake hands for his combine measurement.
You gotta be kidding me.
Have you heard of that before? 7/8 of an inch?
That is big, man. How do you do that?
You know what they say? If the glove doesn't fit, you must use a draft pick.
What they say, big hands, big feet, small heart.
Yeah, but what if your hands aren't that big? You just stretch them out. Does that mean your feet are that big and your heart is that small?
That means you're doing a lot of work, man. You're doing a lot of exercising.
Good for him. Like,
he's a two-way player. He's a two-handed player too. That's a lot of work.
You're saying he swings both ways?
He's enjoying himself a lot in both ways.
Explain that.
It's strengthening the hands, strengthening the grip.
Oh, okay. He's gripping something.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Both hands.
Both hands. Okay, when you said both ways, I was like, where's the other hand?
Both hands. Yeah, both hands. It's just kind of,
Where's that other hand going?
ambidexteri. I mean, it's just doubling up.
Interesting.
Or you're taking a hammer and, banging down the knuckles, stretching out those ligaments. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if that would be a good idea for a quarterback to just take a hammer to your hand. But I don't know. That was one of the weirder stories from the combine, is that Jalen Milroe's hand size got that much bigger in the span of just a couple of weeks. But good for him, I guess. He still can't throw very good, whatever the
I would have
English
believed
is.
that before I believed Matthew Golden ran 4.29.
Yeah,
Wow.
that was nuts. Still impressed by that 40 time.
I am really impressed by that. I mean, when you watch him run, he doesn't look like a track guy. But when you see him run that 40, I saw that 40 run, dude, he looks like a sprinter, a dead-up sprinter. But when he's got his uniform on, I mean, he's smooth. I mean, more than anything, he's smooth. I'll have to go way back. He reminds me a little bit size-wise and body type of a guy named Paul Warfield that played for the Cleveland Browns. He was so smooth and silky smooth, but he was faster than hell. It just looked because he was so smooth, like he wasn't. Like Tyreek Hill just looks fast. He doesn't look smooth to me. He's the herky-jerky, fast guy.
Yeah.
Guy right here is now smooth and fast. 4.29, my goodness.
So smooth. No, that's well said, right? I mean, he's so clean in his routes.
Yeah.
He's so good at getting
Not
open.
a lot of wasted energy on his cuts,
No, you're right. And the hands are obviously money. He's incredibly clutch. Like, he's the total package. I guess if there's one downside to Matthew Golden is that he's 6 feet. Right? Like if you could get that skill set and that speed and a guy who was 6'2" or 6'3", he'd be a top 10, maybe even a top 5 pick.
And that's the thing that you just said right there, because if I didn't know his height and I didn't think he was 5'11" or whatever, the way he runs and what he does, I would say he was 6'2", BK. I would say that's a 6'2" wide receiver, but you're right. Probably 6 foot's giving him a little bit, but he plays like he's 6'2" almost. He's that kind of, he plays big.
Yeah, and I'm being too nice. He measured in at 5'11", 191 at the combine, so they didn't even give him that extra inch to get to 6.
Yeah, I mean, he reminds me of a guy. Mitchell what was he? Was he about the same?
Mitchell was taller. Mitchell was closer to 6'2", 6'3".
Okay.
Yeah.
But they look the same when they're smooth like that when they run. He's just like that. So he looks like he's really taller than he really is,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pulling up A.D. Mitchell's combine profile. Yeah, 6'2", 205. So a few inches taller, about 15 pounds heavier. Look, A.D. Mitchell fell in the draft last year. A lot of people thought he was going to be a first-round pick, and then it was weird. Like, the time between the combine and the draft itself was not very kind to A.D. Mitchell. He ends up falling to Indianapolis kind of midway through the second round. I don't think that's going to happen with Matthew Golden. Like, there's just too much to like about his game, about his character too. Like, I don't see any diva with Matthew Golden. You think a receiver? I mean, look at Isaiah Bond, like Matthew Golden's teammate last year. Sorry, IB, that you're catching this stray, but like Isaiah Bond at his combine press conference is talking about how he's going to break Xavier Worthy's record.
Right.
Like, a lot of wide receivers are like that. They just got loud personalities and they talk a lot. Isaiah Bond is one of those guys. He didn't back it up with his performance. Matthew Golden is like the one Texas player that didn't say anything about Xavier Worthy's combine record. He just had no headline grabbing quotes when he met with the media up there. He just went out, ran his 40, was the fastest wide receiver there, and that was that.
Well, and the staff wanted that guy. He was one of their top we need to get that guy.
Yeah.
We want him. We've seen enough of him. We've heard enough about him. So he must have been just a solid kid that they wanted on the football team too. Not only just the way he plays, but the way he acts.
Yeah, they wanted him out of high school too. Like, he was a 4-star kid.
I forgot about that whole recruiting thing. That's the one they wanted too.
Yeah, no, that was a big get by Houston to keep Matthew Golden in the Houston area. And I remember being disappointed as a Texas fan a few years ago when Golden decided to commit to the U of H. And look, ultimately, I'm glad he played at Texas. I wish he was here for 2 or 3 years, but obviously it worked out well for him. Texas got a lot out of him in 2024. Now he's going to be a first-round pick. So, yeah, he's a stud, man. And Texas has had their eye on him for a long time. They finally brought him in, and you see why. with what he did a season ago, leading the SEC in receiving touchdowns, being the most reliable, independent receiver Texas had. I mean, I felt like he was supposed to be the number 2, maybe the number 3 receiver on this team, and he ended up being far and away the number 1 on the outside for Texas. So,
and it didn't take long to find that out. It didn't take long at all to find out who Quinn Ewers' favorite guy was.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So, yeah, congrats to Matthew Golden, an incredible combine. We'll see how much he does at the pro day. I don't think he needs to run again. Do you?
No, hell no. I'm going to take that time right there and live on that one.
Yeah.
For the rest of my football career, I'm staying with the 4.29. Never to run another 40 ever. No, I'm done.
Oh, if you're Matthew Golden, like you could be 50 or 60 years old and you're like, yeah, I could still run 4.3, 4.4.
Yeah, I won't say another. I won't have to take another run at it.
Yep.
There's nothing for him to do but catch a bunch of balls now in front of some scouts.
I think that's it. Yeah, he'll do some on-field stuff at the pro day with Quinn, and maybe Arch will be throwing a little bit as well. But yeah, what a performance. One of the biggest winners of the NFL Combine. I think a lot of Longhorns had great performances, but yeah, you're the fastest guy at your position, at any position. You're going to turn some heads, and Matthew Golden did just that.
Yeah, and Isaiah Bonnet, 4.39 with his bad ankle. I mean, that guy just has to get himself straight and get his ankle so that it's right, because once again, he's one of those guys. He's one of those divas that it has to be not 99% good. It has to be 100% good for you get the quality of player that you really want to get out of him. So he needs to just shut up and get his ankles straight, and then go play catchy catch all summer. I
think it's straight, but I don't know that for sure. I think Isaiah Bond is going to run another 40 here, don't you?
Oh, well, yeah. Once you shot your mouth off, you got to go out there and try it again, I would think.
That's the thing. Like Isaiah Bond, if he just runs a 4.39, it's like, that's pretty damn good. That's the 4th fastest time for a wide receiver.
Oh, hell yeah. I would have been satisfied never to run again then.
But yeah, you'd go out there and you're like, I'm going to run 4.2, maybe even 4.1, and then you hit 4.39. It's like, I don't know if NFL teams all think like that. I think that is probably more of a fan opinion, where fans are like,
those guys, once you're in the low 4.4s and 4.3s and 4.2s, you're already good enough for them. If you're a secondary guy and you're running 4.5 and 4.4s, that's good. You're good. With being able to put your hands on those guys and you move your hips the way some of those guys do, 4.4s are unbelievable. Texas has guys 4.3s and 4.4s playing in the secondary. That's good stuff right there now.
Yeah. The league cares more about what you actually run, not what you say you're going to run.
No, yeah, they do. They care. They look at your hips and how those guys go by you when they shake you up a little bit. They want to see how you recover once you get beat.
Yeah. And
they all get beat.
You're talking about DBs now, not receivers?
Yeah, the DBs all get beat by somebody at some time. How do they recover is what they want to see.
Yeah, Jahdae Barron's another first-round lock at this point, right? The 4.39 that he ran. Yeah, I think Texas has 3 first-round locks right now. I really do. For a while, it just felt like Kelvin Banks was a lock, and then we'll see where Jahdae goes. We'll see where Matthew Golden goes. Like, maybe they could be very late round 1, but there's also a chance they're early round 2.
Dude, you win those awards, you're scrutinized every time you take the field. Every time you go to practice, there's somebody looking at you and thinking, no, you're not good enough to get that Thorpe Award, that trophy. There's something wrong. He's too small. He's not a cornerback. He's more of a safety. So the eyes are on you all the time when you get into that top 2 or 3 for those awards. And then you win them, and then you run like that? Are you kidding me?
Yeah. I mean, and you can line him up anywhere, right? That's the beauty of Jahdae Barron. Another guy who's a little bit undersized in terms of what the NFL would ideally want in their position. But Jahdae Barron, he played outside corner this past year, won the Thorpe Award. He played nickel a lot during his time at Texas. He lined up at safety at times during his time at Texas. So, look, I think whoever drafts him wants him to play outside corner, but it's nice when you've got some position versatility that only improves your value. And, Jahdae Barron's incredibly versatile and incredibly good at just about anything he does on the football field.
Yeah, he understands the angles. He tackles really, really well. They've got guys that are, as you said, that's why the Horns have played in 2 semifinals. They've got guys that now understand angles. They understand the game. They've got strength. They have everything. The Horns have everything going for them right now. They're making choices when it comes to NIL. They're making good choices when it comes to getting individual players that aren't just depth guys. They come in and play. They don't they're not here for depth anymore. They're here to play.
Mhm.
Now, I may be able to use a couple of these offensive linemen for depth here coming up this season. They're going to need some guys, man. They're losing a lot of dudes.
Yeah, I am curious what the post-spring portal activity for Texas looks like, because this class compared to the last few portal classes they brought in is not nearly as good.
Yeah, they're going to have to come out of the purses to get a couple of these guys. And I got to believe a couple of offensive linemen may be on that look right there too.
Yeah, maybe they've recruited well. They haven't done much portaling with the offensive line because they haven't needed to. They've just recruited and developed within house, and it's worked.
Yes.
Do they have enough guys that they feel good about in 2025 to where they can rely on that this year?
Yeah, you not only need a starting center, you need a backup center too. Yeah. It's not just the guy who now moves over to the starter. Somebody has to back that dude up because that's a position. There's a lot of traffic in there.
For sure.
A lot of things happen to the center, you know?
Yeah, you got to be too deep at every line spot just in case.
Yes.
Just in case. And we'll see if Texas – actually, we won't see because there's no spring game, so none of us will be able to tell what happens. But they'll see what happens, and they'll decide after the spring what they want to do.
Yeah, and I'm like you. I'm going to keep my eye on Jaden Blue and see when the draft comes, where he ends up. Is that a great fit for him? How teams use him. It will be very, very interesting because he is – I believe that dude is a weapon when he's used the right way. He can be a weapon. You know, he'll get a little bit bigger. He's going to get – I don't know how much stronger. I mean, the weight program has really helped him out because the guy breaks tackles. It's not like – I mean, the way he runs, he can run through tackles, but it's that putting the ball on the ground. I mean, those guys, like I said, the defenders in the NFL, they do that for a living. They get big bonus money when the ball goes on the ground and they get it and they force it, you know?
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see where Jaden Blue goes, too. 5'9", 196 was the combine measurement for Jaden Blue. I'm double-checking the
small hands, it says.
Yeah, he does have small hands as well, but he's smaller –
That's not great when you're a running back.
No, it's not. He's a smaller guy, so I guess it doesn't surprise me that much that he has small hands. But you're right. Now, quarterback, running back, and wide receiver, those feel like the most important positions for hand size. By the way,
Ricky has small hands.
How small?
He had time. I mean, he didn't have like big, long fingers. You know, he was kind of stubby.
Are we talking like Uncle Jack hands? Did
Oh,
he have to do this when he was playing football?
No, it wasn't that bad. But he didn't have big hands. You know, you'd think big old burly guy like that. No, he had little stubby fingers.
Oh yeah, Texas. I just
But
compared.
But he was strong everywhere else. He had strong forearms, though. I mean, he had a grip on that ball. He didn't put it on the ground that much.
No, that goes to show you that hand size isn't the only thing that matters, right?
No.
If you can play, you can play. But if you've got fumbling issues and you have small hands, then teams are going to be like, those two things might be related. They just might be. By the way, Jaden Blue on Texas football's roster listed at 6 feet. Jaden Blue at the combine, 5'9".
How the hell you stretch him out that far?
No, that's just an egregious let's make something up deal. I mean, that you usually don't see it 4 inches, right? Sometimes if a guy's like 5'11", they'll give you that 6 foot. But 5'9" to 6 feet? Come on, man. What are we doing here? Texas? They must have used that on his Bumble or Hinge profile to get some ass.
They took that from his high school and just left it there.
I guess so. I was like, damn, I don't remember Jaden Blue being that short. Oh, no, he actually was that short. We were just lied to the last 3 seasons. Come on, man.
Well, they have a weight. Well, they generally get weights wrong. They don't generally get the heights wrong. It's just the weight thing. Yeah, they're off by 20, 30 pounds a lot.
They had him at 200 at Texas. He was 196 at the combine. So that one I can live with. Like,
there you go.
200 might have been right. He might have lost 4 pounds trying to run that fast 40. But 6 feet to 5'9" is that's like, as Steven says, it's you stretching out your height, lying about your height.
No, it's not. I'm just a legitimate 5'9", 3/4. I'm gonna maybe have to take the 3/4 off I got as I shrink up.
Legitimate. We're going to have to call ICE and see if that height is legitimate. Huh?
Yeah.
All right, we'll take your thoughts. We got to that by talking about Neil Brown. Nothing official just yet, but according to Matt Zenitz of 24/7 Sports, Texas is eyeing former West Virginia head coach Neil Brown for a spot on Steve Sarkisian's staff. Again, all of the on-field roles are taken. This would just be a support staff role, so it wouldn't cost Texas a lot of money. West Virginia fans would love this because they are paying Neil Brown a lot of money to not coach, and I think they'd get a little buyout relief if he takes this job in Austin. But you and I are in cahoots here. Just bringing another offensive mind to your staff.
Sure.
Guy who's been good enough to be a head coach at a power university before can't hurt anything. So I don't think Neil Brown's going to have a huge role here, but giving him some sort of role here, I don't think there's any real downside for Texas.
No, if you can do it and you can afford it, why not? Everything else has worked out the way you wanted it to work out. And another mind in there, as you say, scoring zone that can talk about some things, the better off you are.
Absolutely. All right, we've got a lot of NFL stories to get into. Today is franchise tag deadline day in the NFL. We'll get into the latest from the Dallas Cowboys. The Eagles released a big name yesterday. Jimmy Johnson is retired. There's a lot of NFL stuff to get to. Before we do that, though, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical care for children and adults. So if your elbows, knees, ankles, shoulders, get a hold of these folks. They take care of spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and more. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Dr. Danny is fantastic. He helped my wife's shoulder out. He is the guy that you want to go to. If you've got shoulder pain, neck pain, please seek Dr. Christopher Danny. He will get it done. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. Now a word from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's a family atmosphere. It's not just when you stop in, you buy your car.
From communication to expertise to professionalism, it's exactly what I expected from the Covert family.
So they make it so easy for me. That car that I wanted, they found it, and I didn't know if I can afford it, but they make it possible.
You'll see that they really will move mountains. They're going to do what they need to do to get you what you want and make sure you're happy with it.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Sweet.
Yes, indeed. Speaking of sweet.
Yes, grape. There's my favorite.
Yeah, you can drink this during the lentil season.
Yes, I can.
This is sweet because it tastes sweet, but there's only 4 grams of sugar in this entire can of Olipop right here.
You won't get that in a Coca-Cola, believe me. There's thousands of grams of sugar in that.
Yeah, I think you're rounding down with that number too.
Come on.
Shout out to Olipop. This is the Bucks' favorite flavor, the classic grape. It's one of my favorites as well. It's fantastic. And hey, if you're giving up soda for Lent, you don't have to give this up because this is actually good for you. And this is a change that you're going to want to keep beyond these next 40 days. Olipop is easy to find. It's available wherever you buy your groceries. H-E-B, Costco, Walmart, Target. You don't have to go to some random-ass boutique grocery store to find Olipop. Like, everywhere you go to buy groceries now carries Olipop with good reason. This stuff is fantastic. They've got 19 different flavors. All of them help support great digestive health. All of them have less than 5 grams of sugar. All of them have fewer than 50 calories. Like, it's soda reimagined. It's fantastic stuff. It's the only soda I drink these days. It is Olipop.
Love it.
Yes, indeed. Okay. Franchise tag day in the NFL, Buck. We've seen a couple of players already get the franchise tag. T. Higgins in Cincinnati.
Yeah, making $26 million still.
Yeah, I know he's a little upset about that because he wants the long-term deal. But T. Higgins is set to make $26.2 million this year.
What's he going to spend? $15 million this year?
I don't know.
Come on, man.
Second straight year that T. Higgins is getting tagged in Cincinnati. They have until mid-July to work out a long-term deal. So
Which
it's not
they
like,
will. They will.
You think so?
Yeah, because the quarterback's not going to let that guy walk away.
No, but by tagging him, you're not letting him walk away. Like, you could pay him next year, I guess. I don't know. It's tough to pay 2 receivers the amount of money Cincinnati has to pay Jamar Chase and T. Higgins.
Yeah, because Jamar Chase, even though he got a new contract, will be looking for another. That.
I think the Bengals are already trying to give him another this offseason.
Yeah.
So maybe he already is complaining behind closed doors about wanting a new deal. Hell, maybe he's gone public with those complaints. I don't know. But, the Bengals have a few months to figure this out. It kind of sucks. I know the Texans were interested in T. Higgins. I know there were a few other teams that were hoping T. Higgins was going to get free agency. Now, a team could trade for T. Higgins, right? If the Bengals can't work out a long-term deal, T. Higgins could request a trade, and then somebody could come in and be like, no, we'll give you a long-term contract, and we'll trade for you right now. So that could still be in the cards later in the summer. But, as of right now, T. Higgins going to stay in Cincinnati and set to make $26.2 million next season.
All right, let me ask you this, BK. I know we're talking the NFL stuff. Real quick to Jaden Blue. Is he, have you seen enough of him to think that he could possibly end up being a wide receiver or not really? No. He doesn't have enough consistency with his hands, right?
No, I don't think he could be a wide receiver. I mean, I think from time to time you could line him up outside.
I got that. But you don't see him, all of a sudden he gets to the NFL and they're like, we don't want this ball on the ground as a runner, but we'll take a chance as a receiver, you putting it on the ground.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know.
Is he just not big enough, or he doesn't have those? You can't see him run. I can still see him running decent routes and learning that and catching the ball. But I'd hate for him to see him end up being a body catcher, being afraid of this in the secondary.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he's a body catcher. I think he's got very good hands, but like most of the times he was getting open, he was going up against linebackers and safeties. In college. So like you're putting him as a wide receiver, you're going up against NFL cornerbacks. I don't know if Jaden Blue is that type of route runner to where he can consistently get open, especially considering he's not the strongest guy.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The strength-wise, can he get off of those guys?
So I don't think so. I think he's a third down back with, in the right system, a guy who could be used more than just on third down.
Screen plays, just, you're going to do some screen. You can do a first down screen. Yeah, okay.
You can hand him the ball off, I think, if he gets those fumbling issues taken care of. But no, I don't think, I haven't heard any conversations. My opinion doesn't matter nearly as much as NFL people, but I haven't heard any conversations from NFL people about Jaden Blue switching over to receiver. So.
Yeah, and if he can't hold on to the ball, he's not going to be your punt returner, kickoff returner guy for sure.
He's got to.
No, they'll blow that dude up.
Yeah. I saw someone compare him to Kevontae Turpin, speaking of returners. And I think, Jaden Blue's a more complete player than Kevontae Turpin was coming out of TCU.
Turpin's been in the league a long time, right?
Oh, he's a returner. Like the Cowboys try to play him at receiver, and it's a joke. Like he's just not good enough for that. He's an all-pro returner. He's one of the best returners in the league. So Turpin's a better returner than Jaden Blue is.
Right, okay.
But I think Jaden Blue is just like a better, offensive player than Kevontae Turpin is. So I get it. They're a little undersized. I think Turpin's even smaller than Jaden Blue is.
He is.
I didn't think that was a great comparison, but I guess in terms of just a smaller guy who's really fast, who does return stuff, that was what the comparer was doing with that one.
Okay.
The Cowboys, see what they do. Speaking of Kevontae Turpin, I saw a report yesterday that Dallas plans to use the franchise tag on defensive tackle Osa Odigizua if they can't get a long-term deal done by today's deadline. I believe it's 3:00 Central Time where the franchise tag deadline will come and go. The tag for him would be $25.1 million next season. And then he would hit free agency. The last two times the Cowboys used the franchise tag, they did not re-sign the player following the season. You had Dalton Schultz, who left for Houston. You had Tony Pollard, who left for Tennessee. So I think this is the right move. I think the Cowboys should be doing whatever they can to bring back Osa Odigizua on a long-term contract. He's a stud. He's second on the team in pressures last year to Micah Parsons. He had the third most pressures for a defensive tackle in the league last season. Behind Zach Allen.
He can get after the passer.
He's good against the run too, but he's a top 5 pass rushing defensive tackle, according to Pro Football Focus last year. The only two defensive tackles who were ahead of him in pressures, Zach Allen, who was all pro, and Chris Jones, who's Hall of Fame. Like that's the kind of company that Osa Odigizua was in in 2024 with what he did on the interior of the Cowboys defensive line. Those guys cause a lot of problems. If you can get pressure up the middle, any quarterback will tell you that's the least favorite kind of pressure they can get. And if you're Dallas, you don't have a lot of foundational pieces right now. That is a foundational building block for your future.
Yeah, he's still a young guy. You can't let him go. You need him because besides Micah Parsons, that's it. I mean, getting after the quarterback, he's good.
Yeah, they've lost a lot. I mean, DeMarcus Lawrence is a free agent too, so they might lose him. But they lost Dorrance Armstrong last year. They lost Dante Fowler last year. So
Isn't it kind of far ways with Lawrence anyway? Aren't you getting towards that time?
Yeah, if you could bring him back on the cheap.
Which you're not going to be able to. He's going to be looking for some big money.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to get big money anymore. He just gets hurt too much, and
that's what I was saying. He's kind of injured a lot.
Yeah, he's a really good player. He's really good against the run too, when he's right and on the field. So I would take it back.
He doesn't miss those 1 or 2. He misses 4 or 5.
Yeah, last year I think he missed more than that. I would take him back if it's a 1 or 2 year type of deal. But he's 32. He's about to turn 33 in April. And the injury bug has caught up to him a little bit in recent years. And, I mean, he only played 4 or 5 games last year, I think is what it was, before going down with another foot issue. So I could see him leaving Dallas. I think that's more than likely what does happen. But he's come out and said he wants to stay. Now, money will talk, so it takes 2 to tango. The Cowboys have to be willing to pay him. And I think if Tank gets a bigger deal somewhere else, he's going somewhere else. But, yeah, it could be a new look Cowboys defensive front. They are running out of big names. And Trayvon Diggs is hurt. Deron Bland has been hurt. It's Micah Parsons and not a whole lot else in the Cowboys defense as of this moment. Please go get a free agent or 2 or 5.
Yeah, they have to do that. Well, they don't have to. They don't have to do anything.
Yeah. Well, last year they were all in and they didn't do anything. This year, remember, they are selectively aggressive.
Selectively aggressive.
I think that's the exact verbiage that Stephen Jones used.
They better be selectively aggressive on finding another wide receiver to go along with the one that they have. Or that guy will be worn out with a shoulder problem again because they'll be throwing 80 balls a game at him.
I think
nobody else.
I think the 3 biggest needs for the Cowboys right now, there's really 4, but the 3 biggest needs, I would say offensive line, defensive line, and wide receiver. And then running back would be like right there at number 4.
Yeah, just go ahead and get your running back. If the number 1 running back is available and still around, then just go ahead and take him, get that over with. If not, you can wait till the 3rd or 4th round to find one.
That's what I would do.
Don't go without one in the draft this year.
No, they can't. They can't. And Rico Dowdle's a free agent, by the way. So as of this moment in time, they don't even have him under contract. It's just Deuce Vaughn. That's all that they've got right now.
They're not going to pay Rico Dowdle a bunch of money.
I don't think anyone's going to pay Rico Dowdle a bunch of money. So
he'll just have to like to wear the star.
Yeah, he'll get backup running back money because that's kind of what he is. On most teams, the Cowboys thought he was good enough to start, which was pretty
Deuce
rich.
Vaughn is at the end at that part of his career, going into year 3.
Yeah,
that he's either going to have to be a productive guy on a team, or we'll see him in the spring league.
Oh, you're giving him the UFL treatment?
Sorry,
come on, that's Austin's own Deuce Vaughn.
What can I say? I mean, he's that kind of player. Year 3 in the league, you got to give me something. You can't, come in there and have 8 plays for the season and then make the team. You're going to have to, in the spring league, you get to play a lot.
Yeah, he's still on a roster though. He's getting close to the average NFL career length.
Yeah, well, his dad still works for the company.
Yeah, that helps.
Yeah, it does.
It definitely helps. The Cowboys need a running back. I think if Genty's there at 12, they're going to take him. Again, I'd rather them go day 2. I don't think you wait till round 4 or 5. I think round 2 or 3 is when you take your running back.
Would you take him? I mean,
no.
No?
No.
Okay, Saquon.
You all right over there?
The
Giants took Saquon and they were dog shit with him. That's my point. Like,
that's the Giants. We're talking about the Cowboys.
Yeah,
come on.
You're making my point for me. If you're a running back away, go spend on a running back. Like the Eagles had everything else in place to where, oh, let's just get this running back and he could take us over the top. And it worked. Like everyone got on the Giants for not re-signing Saquon. If the Giants had Saquon last year, they still win 5 games or 6 at the most. That's where the Cowboys are at right now. Like you don't spend a first-round pick on a running back if you're not about to contend. Like, if you're the Lions, you could spend a first-round pick on Jahmyr Gibbs because you feel like you've got everything else in place, and that's like the missing piece.
Yeah, I just think this can cure a lot of the problems offensively for the Cowboys if they have not just somebody at running back, but somebody special at running back.
It'll help. There's no doubt it'll help.
It'll help that quarterback out. It'll keep some of the pressure off of him. It'll help out the offensive line. It'll help the defense where they're not running back onto the field, giving up points after points. I think a quality running back like Genty really will help the Cowboys if he's available. I think it takes a lot of pressure off a lot of guys offensively. It definitely takes some off the wide receiver having to be the guy.
They got to upgrade at running back for sure. The 12th overall pick
not just
is a little
anybody
too
at running back for them. I believe they got to have if they can get a special one, go ahead and get them.
Yeah, I'd go a little bit lower with running back for my Cowboys priorities, but look, I think Ashton Genty is going to be a great pro, so I don't think the Cowboys are going to be seriously regretting the pick if they end up going with the Boise State running back. I would just go in a few different directions before I go with
Did the Cowboys regret having Zeke early in his career, or they just made the mistake of paying him too much later in his career?
Well, that's the thing. Like, no, they don't. Zeke was awesome in Dallas, but it wasn't like the 3rd or 4th contract where he started sucking. It was the 2nd contract. When you sign a number 1 draft pick, you want him to be on your team for 3 or 4 contracts. You take a running back, it's like, dude, he might be done by the end of the 1st contract. So that's like, I think Ashton Genty cares about his body a little bit more than Zeke Elliott did, but Zeke was a higher touted guy coming out of college than Genty was. And he still was done by contract number 2. So yeah, the Cowboys got a ton out of Zeke. He was all pro. He's one of the best running backs in football. And he was a big part of why the Cowboys had a bunch of great regular seasons. But to me, yeah, I want Zach Martin with my 1st-round pick, like a guy who's going to be there for double-digit years and just be a cornerstone for a long time.
And it's not like they can't win regular season games.
Right. Yeah, some running backs can be that. Like, Adrian Peterson existed. Derrick Henry for a long time was that guy in Tennessee.
Right.
Those guys exist, but it's a lot fewer of them exist at that position than at wide receiver or offensive or defensive line. Yeah. So, but I get it. There are a lot of Cowboys fans who agree with you that would want Genty to be the pick if he's even there at 12. Some mocks have him going, 6, 7, or 8. So he might not even be an option for Dallas. With,
that whole, what Philly did this year, have changed people's minds just for the moment. It's not like every year it's going to be, you're going to get Saquon Barkley or some guy coming out of nowhere rushing for those kind of yards. That's just, you're with the best offensive line in football, by the way.
That's it. Yeah. I mean, everyone's talking about Saquon and Derrick Henry. Like, oh, that's the reason to go get. Well, the Eagles were in the Super Bowl 2 years ago because their roster was awesome. And the Ravens were the number 1 seed in the AFC last year because their roster was awesome. So, yeah, you got some money to spend. Upgrade. I will never fault a contending team for going out and get it. If the Chiefs wanted to get an upgrade at running back.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, they're the type of team that it's like, hey, do that. Spend there if you want. But when you're the Cowboys or the Giants or
and you got a lot of holes to fill.
The Browns, like people have mocked Genty to the Raiders at 6. It's like, Raiders, you just had Josh Jacobs lead the league in rushing 2 years ago. The rest of your team was so bad. You were so bad.
And you had to get rid of him. You're right.
Yeah.
He was so good that he had to be gone.
That's my argument against the Cowboys. I just, 3 or 4 years ago, maybe I'd be on board with it, but right now they just have too many other problems on that team.
I can see. I think Jake is saying that the kid from Tennessee, maybe in the 2nd round for the Cowboys if he's around.
Yeah, for sure. And look, if you told me the Cowboys were going to trade back on night 1 and go to late teens, early 20s, then all right. Like, I don't know if Genty will be there, but the kid Hampton out of North Carolina, who's looking like a likely first-round pick, like that's fine. If you tell me the Cowboys add a day 2 pick to where they can address other holes and they still want to take a first on a running back, then I'd be more okay with it there. But at pick 12, that's too rich for me. I'd rather go with somebody on day 2 with the Cowboys' current draft situation. All right, other NFL news. We didn't talk about this. This happened over the weekend, but how about the Commanders getting Deebo Samuel?
Wow.
Thoughts on that one?
I don't know. I like him in a lot of ways. Play running back, jet sweeps, all that stuff. Catch and run guy. Wants to win. Obviously wants to win. But Scary Terry can do a lot of those things,
Well, you got to have more than one.
Yeah, I'm just saying it, but 2 just like that. It just seems weird that you got 2 body types, big body types like that do the same. They're almost kind of the same guy. I know it's like, come on, Buck, you got Deebo and Scary Terry on the same team. Why wouldn't you want that? But it's like having 2 of the same almost for some reason. Although I'd rather have Terry at any time. That dude is a receiver.
Yeah. Terry's been a lot better over the last couple of years. I mean, what you get with Deebo that you don't get with Terry is the ability to run the football. Like, in terms of size, they're pretty similar, but
they're
a big part of what Deebo did in San Francisco was run the ball. Those Jets. Terry McLaurin doesn't do that in Washington. So you do get a different element to your offense by adding Deebo Samuel than what you already have right now with Scary Terry.
But do you need that? But is that something that offense needs, or do they need another real wide receiver?
Well, I mean, they only gave up a 5th rounder for him. So, like, is Deebo Samuel as good as he was 3 or 4 years?
It's worth it. It's worth it to take a chance. That's just taking a chance. That's fine.
Yeah. I mean,
like 5th rounder.
The last 3 seasons for Deebo, he's had less than 900 yards receiving. Last year was a really bad year for him. It was a really bad year for San Francisco. They just kind of fell off a cliff altogether. But, Deebo has not been the same player. He's getting up there in age, questions about his weight, some questions about his work ethic, and he's just getting older. So you wonder, for a gadget guy like him, how much tread on the tires does he still have? How much longer can he do that at a high level? So I don't know. I don't know if Deebo can go back to being the player he was 4 or 5 years ago. But for a 5th round pick, team that could use extra weapons on offense, team that's clearly a contender, with a young quarterback and a new head coach.
More weapons, the better for them.
Yeah. I think they had some cap space, so they're okay paying Deebo Samuel what he's making on his current deal. They only gave up a 5th rounder for him, and the Commanders GM is Adam Peters, who's a former exec in San Francisco. So you've got that familiarity there. I think it's a low risk, potentially high reward move for Washington. I like the fit for him.
Yeah, and like I said, I wouldn't give him up for a 3rd. I'd be worried about that. But a 5th, that's worth even taking a chance, even if it didn't work out. You just got to do that.
I mean, shit, the Cowboys gave up a 4th for a quarterback who never plays.
Yes.
So you're going to get a receiver who's definitely going to play, see how effective he is, but like, he might be their second best option right now behind Scary Terry. Yeah, yes. Giving up a 5th. You're not going to find. Odds are you're not going to find a player who's going to impact your team in the 5th round as much as Deebo Samuel will impact your team.
Correct. You're right. And especially for that team and a young quarterback that needs more weapons on offense. Yeah, it just does so much for them.
Yeah. And that's a win now team with Washington. As crazy as it might sound, but you make it to the NFC Championship, the Final 4 in the NFL, you're a win now team. So getting a receiver on the opposite side of 30, just hoping he's got another couple of years left to give you, that makes sense.
What are you hearing on Matthew Stafford? What is that deal? What is that looking like now?
Oh, he's back. Of course. I got called an idiot last week for saying he wasn't going anywhere, and he's not going anywhere. They reworked the contract. We don't have the full details yet, but he is going to be getting a significant raise.
That didn't make any sense for him to be going anywhere. I mean, to be with the same head coach, to be with a young defense like they had, to play the way they played, and that guy's been consistent even when he's hurt, he's consistent.
Yeah, it made too much sense for both parties, right? And it was a leverage play. Like, Stafford got what he wanted. He wanted more money. He didn't think he was getting paid enough on his current deal. I think he was only set to make $27 million next year.
Super Bowl champ. Yeah.
You got quarterbacks making 50 to 60 a year. Matthew Stafford deserves to be much closer to that than 27. Yeah, I mean, other teams were trying. You see why. The Raiders and the Giants were like trying to convince Stafford to request a trade with the Rams. Hey, they might not pay you, but we will. So ask for a trade to us, and we'll take care of you. But the Rams are like, no, we're not. We made the second round of the playoffs this year. We almost beat the Eagles. We've got a good team coming back and a great coach coming back. We're not going to blow this thing up. So let's get this done. So, yeah, we don't know exactly what the deal looks like. Apparently, it's not like added years. So it's still a 2-year contract, which is what Stafford had. But, again, a significant raise apparently coming.
I like that. I like that for the Rams. I think that's a smart move.
Yeah, oh, my God. Yeah. You can never count them out, too.
No.
Like they're always in the mix. And obviously they won the whole damn thing 4 or 5 years ago. But
that's the group that gets better as the season goes on.
Yeah. Yeah, they got off to a horrible start this past season. And you're right. They got a lot better and made the playoffs and beat the crap out of your Minnesota Vikings. And then gave Philly all they could handle at the Link with the chance to score a touchdown to get to the NFC Championship.
They got wide receivers. They got everything. They've got a pretty loaded team.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with Cooper Kupp. Still trade rumors about him.
Yeah, I mean, when it's all said and done, he'll be right there again next year with them.
You think so?
Yep.
Okay.
Matthew Stafford will have a lot to do with that decision too.
Hopefully. I'm sure he wants Cooper Kupp back, but
yes,
I don't know if he's going to be
wants
back.
Some more money.
Oh, no, Cooper Kupp wants to stay. The problem is Cooper Kupp's making too much money. The Rams don't want to pay him that because he's falling off like Deebo. He's falling off worse than Deebo.
Yeah, you're talking about a guy who once he got injured, look out.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Last NFL story we'll get to. Actually, 2 more, but this is a big one. According to Adam Schefter, Sam Darnold is unlikely to be franchise tagged ahead of today's 3:00 deadline, meaning he will hit free agency. Thoughts on that, Vikings fan?
Yeah, I don't like it. They should have just kept him there. That means they're going to take this young guy and he's going to be starting now.
Well, the Vikings right now are saying that they still want to bring back Sam Darnold. Everybody will say that. Actions speak louder than words. But yeah, they're not trying to pay him close to $50 million or whatever the tag would have been worth next season. So they're letting him
get your money.
They're letting him go to free agency, which obviously opens up the door for somebody else to give him his money.
Go. Whatever happened to Kirk Cousins? Is he still with the Falcons or they said goodbye to him?
Still there. Nobody really knows. What, you want a reunion in Minnesota?
No. I mean, Michael Penix is going to be the quarterback with the Falcons now. I mean, they're just paying that dude. Yeah, he got his money. Good move.
You can't make that move to Penix that late in the season and then go back to Cousins.
No, Penix is now your guy.
Yeah.
And now Kirk Cousins is just collecting big checks.
It's not like Penix is like 20 or 21. That guy's like 32 already.
He's older than Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, exactly. So you got to play him. So we'll see what happens with Darnold, but he is going to hit free agency by all accounts.
Back to the Jets.
Oh, my God. There's a 0% chance. 0% chance. The Giants, maybe.
Give it a second shot, man.
Oh, that'd be the most Jets thing ever, wouldn't it?
Oh, and the New York fans would love that.
Oh, my God.
New York papers would tear that thing up, man.
And you know he's going to suck if he goes back. He's going to be way closer to the.
First of all, he's going to be coached by an Aggie.
That doesn't help.
Yeah, but let's not forget that.
Doesn't help. No, that's a bad combo. Sam Darnold with the Aggies. That's not going to work.
No.
For either side. Oh, man. And Jimmy Johnson is hanging him up, by the way. He is retiring from Fox Sports. He announced that yesterday. Spent a total of 25 years with them across 2 different stints. So
yeah, he's done. It's time for Jimmy to go back to Margaritaville and just chill now. Get on his boat, and that's all.
Doesn't sound like a bad.
Hey, by the way, you may not even hear from him again. He's liable to be one of those guys that just disappears. You know,
off the grid.
Off the grid. See you later.
He's earned it.
Hell yeah.
He's done enough in the game of football. He doesn't have to stick around.
Who slides in that position with all those guys now?
We get more Gronk.
I don't need more Gronk. I need Gronk just to be the way he is. You know, we don't need to see a lot of Gronk.
Keep stealing valor, Gronk. Keep trying to get that insurance that's only for the military, you piece of shit.
Yeah, there's somebody else that'll slide right in there.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Plenty of NFL news, notes, and nuggets. Again, a big day in the National Football League. Franchise tag deadline day is today, and it's coming at 3 o'clock. We'll see what the Cowboys do with Osa Odigizua. See what happens across the NFL.
Hey, how about Sammy Darnold at Pittsburgh?
Yeah, that would make sense. Like Pittsburgh, Vegas, the Giants.
Vegas is going to have a quarterback. I mean, they're going to have a quarterback eventually, right? Somebody has to be the guy there, or not the guy.
Well, I think Vegas is kind of hoping and praying that one of the top two will be there at 6. And dude, I saw my guy Lance Zierlein had a mock yesterday that had Shedeur Sanders going to like 29. Like, should be nuts to me. With all the teams that need a QB in the top 10, there's no way he falls out.
The word on him is he's not that great of an athlete. He's not all that athletic. All that stuff. I mean, he can run. He knows when to take off. He's smart enough to understand when to go. But he's not. I mean, we know he's not Jaden Daniels. We know he's not that guy. It's not Jalen Hurts, but they're acting like he's not athletic at all. I'm like, really?
He's not his dad. That's for sure.
No. It's more like his brother playing quarterback.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know the reason why some have Shedeur Sanders falling. I mean, he didn't really do anything at the combine, so we can't attribute it to that. We'll see him at the pro day at Colorado in a few weeks.
You know what happens when you miss it? When you miss it, those guys, though, if you make a mistake and you get them and they're no good, you pay the price. But if you decide not to take them and they end up being good, you look like an idiot. Now you're talked about for like 20 years later,
Yeah, I think a lot of GMs make decisions out of fear. Like, let's call a spade. Whenever you bring in a new quarterback, your clock starts ticking.
Sure.
Right? And if you're a GM, you are always associated with the quarterback you have, whether you bring him in through the draft or through free agency or through a trade. Like, if you get it wrong at that position, there's not much you can do to save your job, because that means your team probably sucks. So there are a lot of teams and a lot of GMs out there that are like, I'm not 100% sold on this guy, and I don't want to lose my job in 2 years. So if I just bring in like a stopgap quarterback and tell my boss that I'll bring somebody better next year, then that's going to buy me one extra year. Yeah, that's going to buy me one extra year at minimum. So to me, it's like all of these guys are risks. They're all lottery tickets. You scratch off and you hope you find a winner.
You're right.
You got to take a risk because you can't win in this league without a quarterback. And nobody knows who's really going to be that good. I mean, the Bears wouldn't have passed on Jaden Daniels if they knew how good he was going to be.
No, obviously, they wouldn't have taken the guy they took. They wouldn't have taken the guy they took. Of course they wouldn't.
Obviously, Tom Brady's
Cam Ward, nobody better pass on Cam Ward. If he's available, you better take him and go along with how it's been.
That's the thing. Like the Titans picking at number 1, everyone's mocking like Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter to them now. It's like those guys are great players, but the Titans are still going to win 4 or 5 games next year, even with those great players.
That's right.
If Cam Ward gets drafted by the Browns or the Giants and he's a stud, then you're losing your job, GM. So
I just don't see anybody who needs a quarterback passing up on Cam Ward.
I think it's going to happen.
I think there's some. He's got his flaws, but he's been around, but the thing about him, he's been good every place he's taken. His little stopgap places, he's been good at all of them. He's not been bad at any place.
Former Incarnate Word Cardinal.
Right?
Yeah. He's been great everywhere he's been. But NFL is obviously a different league, different level. I don't know. If I'm Tennessee and Cleveland, I'm taking QB1 and QB2 right there. But maybe that's why I'm not a general manager. Well, there's a million reasons why I'm not an NFL general manager. But most mocks you look at have both of those teams passing up on a quarterback. Blows my mind. I'll take your thoughts. Go to text line.
Like I said, once again, if you miss on that guy, you're dead. And if you like I said, if you bring him to you and he's no good, it's like shit.
You're dead. Yeah, you're dead. It doesn't matter like if you do the quote unquote right thing or the smart thing or the safe thing. You just have to be right. You have to be right. So
Miami Dolphins took Dan Marino. They never got to it. He never played in the Super Bowl, right?
No.
but one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. But it was like,
they got the Marino pick right. Like,
yeah.
But if
he didn't take him to the promised land, because everybody you take when you take that number one, that first pick, he's got to take you. So you can't just go to the playoffs.
Right. It's draft. I mean, the Jets GM brought in Aaron Rodgers, thought that would work. Nope, out of a job. Like, quarterback, it's so important. You have to get it right. Doesn't matter what you do. Doesn't matter if any other team would do it. Just be right on it, and you'll keep your job.
Speaking of Aaron Rodgers, why didn't he just announce his retirement, quit messing around with these people?
Because it's Aaron Rodgers. Why? He's the Jerry Jones of players.
Why did he just say, I'm retiring? What is he going to give us August and then say, you know what, it's late July, I think I'm going to retire?
I think he's going to play still. So I think he's going to wait till late August and say, I'm going to play. Nah, he can't wait that long. He's got to find a team. I think it'll happen within the next few weeks. He says he's coming back.
Didn't he have to go someplace and play some catchy catch with guys?
Yeah. He'll play a little catchy catch out in the forest and during his darkness retreat.
In his tent. Wow.
In his little tent.
All right, give me my airline story. What happened? What happened with the lady?
Let's do that.
Whose fault is it that they couldn't move her?
Well, quick sponsor shout outs here before we get to the latest details from the airline story we talked about yesterday. We've got some more.
Say hello to our friends at Woods Comfort System. BK, you're going to be using that Woods Comfort Systems this weekend. That air conditioner is going to pop on, y'all. You're going to need it. And hopefully when it pops on, that air will be cooled and it won't come out hot with all kinds of dust and dirt and everything from the winter seasons and your air conditioning. So call on the folks at Woods Comfort Systems, whether it's air conditioning, heating, or plumbing. They will be there for you. They have been in Central Texas for close to 70 years. But now it's that time, and that bad boy is going to crank up a little bit. The air will come on, and you want that working properly. You want to make sure the filters are all clean and ready to go. And at Woods Comfort Systems, they can get it done for you. They're absolutely the very best.
Yeah, 512-842-5066 is their phone number, or find them online at woodscomfortsystems.com. I know a few TSU listeners have used them over the last couple of years. They're the best in the business. So, hey, give them your business if you need some help with that AC unit. Shout out to McCall Custom Homes. If you need some help renovating your home here in 2025, our buddies at McCall Custom Homes will take care of you, because they've been taking care of Central Texans for 40 years. That's right. They started in Austin 4 decades ago. They have stayed in Austin, so they know what it takes to turn your Austin area home into something truly, truly special. New kitchen, new bathroom, new life to your outdoor space, maybe a second story to your home. If you've got a growing family, whatever it is, McCall Custom Homes will take care of you. Just check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. That's McCallCustomHomesATX.com. You can see some testimonials there. You can see some pictures there of what they've done to other homes around the area. And then when you're ready to make the call for your home around the area, McCallCustomHomesATX.com has you.
Yeah, Marino played in a Super Bowl. He just never won a Super Bowl.
Yes. That's what you asked, right? Has he ever won a Super Bowl?
No, I think I said, did he ever play in a Super Bowl?
Did he get in one early on?
Yeah, I think his second or third year he got in the Super Bowl.
Gotcha.
He's never won one.
Okay. Yeah, definitely never won one. All right, airline story here. We can get into the Mavs debacle, another Mavs debacle here if we have some time.
Kyrie's hurt. Look out.
Kyrie's hurt, and the Mavs announced yesterday they are raising season ticket prices next year.
No, come on, CDC. Don't do that.
Oh, no, CDC can, because Texas is actually good, and they're making good decisions, except for the spring game. The Mavs are making zero good decisions right now. But we'll get to that. First, the latest on the Qatar Airways dead body story from yesterday. Sort of a reset here, and then we'll provide the latest. Mitchell Ring and Jennifer Collin were two passengers traveling on a Qatar Airways flight from Melbourne to Doha. They were on their way to vacation in Italy when a woman on board the plane collapsed. Quote from Mitchell Ring, "It was pretty heartbreaking to watch. You know what? Let's let you hear from Mitchell Ring. I'll do you one better." We got some audio from the guy on the plane.
And they did everything they could, but unfortunately the lady couldn't be saved, which was pretty heartbreaking to watch. Then they went to try and move her. They brought this chair down, which I'd never seen before, but it had just 2 wheels on the back, and they put her in this chair. And they tried to wheel her up towards business class, but she was quite a large lady, and they couldn't get her through the aisle because her height was at armchair height. So they looked a bit frustrated, and then they just looked at me and saw seats were available beside me. My wife was on the other side. We were in a row of 4 by ourselves, and they just said to me, "Can you move over, please?" And I just said yes, no problem. And then they placed the lady in the chair that I was in.
So
yes, no problem. Well, no, we have lots of problems. I need to know how many hotel stays I'm going to get, and how many free flights am I going to be on? What do you mean no problem?
Yeah, I don't know why he said that. He kind of set himself up for this to happen when he said yes, no problem. But here's some details that have been uncovered that we did not have yesterday. There were open seats on the plane.
Okay.
The couple claims that the cabin crew told them they had to remain in their seats next to the dead body and they couldn't move to the other open seats on the plane.
Talk to my Jackie Childs, my lawyer.
You would think, right?
Yes.
Like, if that is really what happened, and they could prove that that's what happened, like
that's
they
what I asked
hey,
yesterday. Are there any seats left on that plane?
Apparently there were extra seats, and the cabin crew said, nope, you've got to remain seated. And it wasn't like they were about to land. There were more than 4 hours left in the flight. So what, they couldn't go to the bathroom? If they had to go to the bathroom, they're like, nah, you got to piss yourself. Sorry, dead body in the way.
No.
Like maybe they were worried about, tampering with evidence. The cabin crew's like, oh my God, people might think we killed this lady who collapsed, so we can't have anybody touch her. So yeah, you guys have to stay right there because she's very fat. And if you try to climb over her, you might hit her and that might affect something and we might get in trouble for it. Maybe?
Dude, they brought the food cart down the aisle to put her on.
Yes. Yeah. He said he'd never seen it before. So it doesn't sound like a normal wheelchair. It just had 2 wheels on the back.
Yeah. You know what has 2 wheels? A dolly.
Oh, you think they try to put her on a dolly?
Well, that has 2 wheels, and you just pull that bad boy or push it, strap her in.
That's tough because she had to walk through the aisle to get to her seat, right? So shouldn't she be able to be pushed through that same aisle?
Well, you know that. You know when you sit down and a big one comes through the aisle, when you're sleeping in the morning, and all of a sudden, bang, you get elbowed in the head on that first flight out.
Yeah, but she was dead. You could kind of morph the body however you want, right? It's dead.
Yeah, but it's heavy. It's heavy enough while it's alive, so it's really heavy once it's dead, as they say, dead weight.
That is the ultimate dead weight right there. And that is the dictionary picture of that because it was a dead fat person.
I'm getting her down the aisle somewhere. I'm getting her back there. You know where I'm getting her? To where the manservants sit in the back and just talk about makeup and stuff. I'm dragging her there and laying her on the floor there. She's getting through that aisle. I can get a dead big lady through an aisle.
That's the thing. Like, I mean, you shouldn't have to, even if she can't fit in the aisle. If there's extra seats on the plane, all right, put her in whatever row you could get her in, and then tell whoever is sitting in that row, like, don't sit here. There's a dead person.
No, they've got those skinny little manservants on the deal that don't want to help. They don't want to do it. Like you said, we're not going to touch this body. You have to be the people to move over. No. You get on a plane, BK, there's always at least one guy that comes over there. If it's 10 degrees, there's somebody in a tight shirt, no coat, just jacked up, just buff. Hey, you buffed up guy, get over here and help me get this fatty out of the way. Let's go. There's always that, but there's always somebody who's just buffed up. They're like, it's 17 degrees. They came to the airport with no coat and they've got a short sleeve shirt because they want you to see those guns.
Yeah.
They get on board. Every flight I get on, there's always the gun guy. He can be 70 years old, but he's all gunned up, no jacket, wants everybody to check him out. I'm looking for 3 of those and saying, hey, muscles, let's get over here and move this one out of here. We're getting her out.
Oh, yeah. This is your punishment for wearing what you're wearing. You've got to move this dead body.
Yeah. And
these guys are usually the softest guys on the plane, too. They'll probably start crying if you ask them to do that.
Oh, my goodness. They couldn't get her through the aisle.
Couldn't get her through the aisle. Here's a couple more quotes. Ring said, yeah, there were a few spare seats that I could see around us. I can't believe they told us to stay. It wasn't nice. They have a duty of care towards their customers.
Yes.
And
you will be hearing from us later. You will be hearing from me later.
Yeah, no, he's mad that they weren't contacted. I did say this yesterday. They did not receive support or an offer of counseling following the flight. Now, here's where things get a little more salacious. Qatar Airways, or Qatar, has responded with a statement, and they said they didn't do anything wrong throughout this entire process. They said, quote, passengers were accommodated to other seats, and a crew member was sitting at all times with the deceased passenger for the duration of the flight after landing in Doha. End quote. And they noted that the crew acted in line with training and industry standard practice. So right there's already a difference in story. Qatar Airways is saying passengers were accommodated to other seats. So they're saying nobody was sitting next to this dead body except a crew member who was sitting next to the dead body for the rest of the staff.
You're still seeing my lawyer if I'm the crew member. There is no way. You're not doing that to me. Like, I need to know how many rewards I'm getting for sitting next to this dead lady.
Well, that's, again, the Airways is saying there was no one sitting next to the dead lady. In their statement, they said they moved everybody else, and the only person that was sitting next to the dead body was a Qatar Airways employee. They also said they offered counseling and compensation to those who were directly affected by the situation on the plane.
Somebody's lying.
Exactly. So Qatar Airways is like, we didn't do anything wrong. We moved everybody we needed to move. We did offer compensation and, support to those who were affected.
Well, I wish that dead lady had her Mando on.
And is Mando that good? It can help with the dead body?
Dude, hey, the doctor who has it out there says it's that good. Works for up to 72 hours.
Of living bodies.
4 hours with a dead person. Even in front of me that I know is dead.
It's like human years to dog years. What's the ratio for living body smell to dead body smell?
I know this. I'm scarred for a long, long time. My lawyer says I'm scarred for a long time after that flight. I don't care if I'm 6 rows back. I'm probably pretty scarred up.
Yeah.
You know?
Now, these passengers are doing the right thing, right? Like, I don't know if there's a camera. I don't think there is a camera on this plane to really prove or disprove, but them trying to be like, no, we were just stuck next to this dead body and they didn't let us move and they didn't offer us any help. Like, try that. Now, that's what you got to try. See if you can get a little cash out of this, because Qatar Airways has plenty of money they could throw your way. So
yeah, they can.
See if you can get some of that change on your side.
Hell yeah, man. And don't forget about it if I have a kid on board that flight that's scarred for life. Because I'm going to say, I'm going to be asking my kid, are you okay after this? I'll be asking the kid every day, you okay? Do you just know what just happened? You okay? No, Daddy, I'm not okay. Hey, that'll cost you a couple million.
There you go. Who do you believe? Who do you believe here? Do you believe Qatar Airways or do you believe these 2 Australian passengers?
I'm going to have to go with the passengers. I'm not buying this. And if it was Delta Airlines, I'm definitely not believing in them.
Yeah, you can't side with big airline in 2025. With all of the incidents that we've had in the first 2 months and 4 days of this year, like, airlines have been screwing up a lot. I am not giving them the benefit of the doubt when it comes to the way they handle any sort of situation.
And Qatar Airlines, where they generally just throw people out?
I mean, they throw people out.
They probably throw you out of the plane over the desert somewhere.
They should have done that to the dead body.
Yeah, come on now.
You're not going to make an emergency landing with the dead person, which we
can't do that. We can't do that. Sorry, BK.
No, they should have done that. I mean, unless they were over a body of water and the closest non-body of water was the destination.
Once again, we don't stop for bodies. We have destinations we have to go to, make arrangements in other areas for that. Did they put something over her face or something? 4 hours. Did they put like one of those airline blankets over her head?
Yep, they did. A blanket was what was covering this dead body up.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know if that's going to stop the smell of dead.
I don't know. I know I'd be tapping, hey, can you move the seat up? I know you guys got this lady leaning back.
Oh, you think she's leaning back in the afterlife? That piece of shit, I'm beating her ass.
With it back, nobody pulled the chair up. She just leaned it back into the person behind her.
How scary would that be if you think you're sitting behind the dead body and all of a sudden the seat starts reclining in front of you?
Oh, that's when you get that kid to start kicking it and banging that seat. They
That's
don't feel a thing. No, that's you got it. I hope they put those people in different seats. I hope that they had someone. Hell, if I even worked on the airline, I'm getting a lawyer. You're not making me. I didn't even know that should be part of the rules. Is that like a rule? Dead person, you stay. You go down with the ship or whatever it is. What is the deal? I mean, they have a code for man servants on there. You have to sit beside a dead person.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. I'm curious about all of this, but Qatar Airways in their statement said the crew acted in line with training and industry standard practice. What is industry standard practice for that? Like they actually have training for that? If somebody dies on a plane and you can't make an emergency landing, here's what you do. Like I guess they probably do. Maybe that makes sense. Because if someone starts dying, there's got to be a protocol for how to resuscitate that person to try to keep them alive. But so I guess that could mean that they've got a plan for if they fail, here's what they do.
Well, obviously they did want that lady out of that seat. They were trying to get her out. I don't know where they're going to put her. I don't know if there's a cargo place that's up, in the plane that you can open up and just drop her down on top of somebody's luggage.
Oh, I would say put her in the overhead compartment, but she sounds too fat to lift up there.
Oh my God.
How about just throw her in one of those things, huh?
No.
God. Yeah, look, if Qatar Airways is accurate in their statement, which I bet they're not, then they did nothing wrong. Like they did everything they could do. But if the people who have gone public are accurate in their statement, then they're going to be entitled some financial compensation.
They're going to be entitled to a lot of free stays, a lot of free flights, and hey, some rewards points.
Some rewards points. Oh, free flights on Qatar Airways forever. That's what I'm looking for.
I don't know if I'm going to be on Qatar Airlines anytime soon.
Because of that, or because they're not flying anywhere close to Austin?
Because they're not flying anywhere close to here. I'm telling you, I have now so over weird about flying because I've now, like Rodney probably watches all those in-flare air disasters and stuff like that. I not only want to know where I'm taking off, the weather where I'm taking off, I want to know the weather that I'm flying over now. That is the weirdest thing because I'll take an extra day to say, oh, the weather's good through your remainder of your flight, through the whole flight. And I don't know how you figure that shit out, but I'm trying now. And it's not even that. It's the goofballs that are actually flying the planes and the other planes that are coming down the runways. Right. It's the people that aren't qualified to be doing it because we're just taking anybody in there.
It's out of your control.
You know why? Because we're taking people that aren't qualified to do this stuff now, BK. They're just, okay, here's a job for you. Here's one for you. Here's one for you.
Well, I feel like, I don't know, to be a pilot, you still have to do a lot of training and get a pilot's license. We're not just letting you or me fly a plane today, I think. Now, some of the other airline or airport jobs, I don't know what the qualifications are for that, but I feel like the pilot training hasn't gone way down.
We let the bag apes now fly the planes.
No, if they do that, then I'm never flying again. If I see one of those jabronis get in the cockpit, this is your bag speaking.
Yeah, hey, that was your bag I just threw there.
Yeah. Hey, if you look out the window on road 27E, you will see me throwing the bags here. That guy will be the person flying the plane today, so pay attention to that. All right, let's bring on the boys. I see you both now. We got Double R. We got
Rodney. The bag apes are now flying the planes.
It's. I hope I hope they haven't gotten quite as lenient as like getting a driver's license now. It's like giving anybody a driver's license. Shit. It's like where'd you get your driver's license? Montgomery Wards. That's what I hear the old folks say. Got his driver's license, Montgomery Wards. I'm like, okay, there you go.
My God.
Oh God, what a mess.
They did everything right way, Rodney. They did everything right for that flight.
Oh man, yeah. Well, of course, I would hope that they would say that. Yeah.
Yes, that's what they all say.
I'll tell you what I'm doing. If I'm a part of that flight, I'm calling Quinn Ewers guy. I'm calling that dude. I'm calling the 444 444 444 444. I'm calling that dude. And gonna make this happen.
I'm calling Mr. Henry and getting all that stuff that he does in his private plane because they don't lose.
That's right.
Thomas
That's right.
J.
I'm calling Thomas J. We're getting that done. Him, Jackie Childs. I'm calling them all.
Him, that dude on top of the cars, the other guy with a hammer.
Yeah. Lorenz.
Yeah, that's it.
We're getting everybody. There's no way, especially if I had to actually sit beside for 4 hours. You made me, and there was extra seats there, and you said, no, you have to stay. What are they going to do? I mean, if you said, no, I'm going over there, what are they going to do? One of the manservants going to fight you for the seat? How can they make you stay? Now they will have to land the plane, right?
That's the thing. That's the thing. Like, if I don't know who to believe here, but if they forced those passengers to stay in those seats next to the dead body, especially if there were other seats available, which they claim there were, then that's a huge problem. Like, that's I don't know what the law is against that, but there's got to be some sort of law against that.
Yeah, there has to be. And so you said that they covered her up. I mean, what they do, get like a rag and just
a blanket.
They
like,
put
like
no, they
that,
didn't.
or?
They didn't. Yeah, some people say blanket, but I think they just put a barf bag on her head and called it a day.
They got a tent topper. They're like, does anybody have a tent topper up in here? We could.
That poor lady.
Yeah. We're laughing at
she didn't get the great service she deserved.
Oh God.
Yeah, she died on the plane. What about her? Why are we not talking about her?
She's all right.
Oh,
all right, boys, I got to get cranking. Listen, have a great day. It's going to be another beauty out there. Enjoy your Fat Friday.
It's going to be windy.
That's all right.
You might fly away.
Wind and sun.
There you go.
All right. The fire squad. Well, apparently there's a high risk of fire today, boys.
Yeah,
really?
Big time. Yeah, because these winds are supposed to be out of control. So batten the hatches, put your stuff down. Don't let your lawn furniture fly away, or your kids and pets and all that good stuff.
Some people might let their kids fly away. Hang on.
That's what I'm talking about.
I got one that can go away.
I'm like, go play in the street. Go play in the street. Go play some football.
Goodness gracious. All right. I don't know what Fat Friday is. I think it's Fat Tuesday that the Buck was going for. So y'all enjoy your Fat Tuesday. I'm going to go get a computer replaced. Y'all have a great show.
Thank you.
Later, boys.
Here goes. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on this wonderful Fat Tuesday of on Texas Sports Unfiltered. My name's Wags, and that is my partner in crime, Rodney Rodriguez, aka Double R. You can find me on Twitter, not the fake Wags. You can find Rodney on Twitter at the Rodney R, and then on Instaface at the _ Rodney R. I'm on Instaface at the Wagner Wire. Hit us up on that coded text line if you're out and about, if you're mobile, 512-222-9328. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. Partner, I'm a little out of it today, man. I'm a little loopy, man. A little
oh, it's all good. It's all good.
On some Flexerol, man.
All right.
My back's all jacked up, dude.
We're gonna have fun today, man. We're gonna have fun today if that's the case. Today is all access with Wags.
All access. Yeah, you can probably ask me anything right now, and I'll be absolutely 100% transparent.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's exactly right.
Oh man, yeah. This is turning 44 has not been exactly the thing, a memorable experience or the thing to write home about. My guy.
You just wait.
Yeah, that's what I hear. Yes. That's what I hear. I hear it just gets better every year. So
I think CB is implying that you
got AIDS. He's got AIDS.
He's got AIDS. Maybe. Big Magic Johnson. What has he done?
Big Magic Johnson. What has he done?
So LB, I took them on my own. I took the Flexerol on my own. But here's the thing, right? Like, I climbed up a ladder over the last week. The only thing I did that exerted energy or put stress on my body was me climbing up a ladder and torquing my body a certain way, and that was enough to absolutely send pretzels into my back and just twist me all up, because my back's a mess right now, man. 40, you know what? The year of 43 was a wake-up call. That's what it was, Rodney. It told me, hey man, you're not invincible. you're not this specimen that you used to be, to where you can put anything in your body and you'll just shed it. You'll shed weight and you'll shit it out. It doesn't work like that anymore. Metabolism absolutely slowed down a few years ago, and I just wasn't willing to admit it. Kept eating the way that I wanted to eat.
Oh,
Of course, you put a little bit of extra poundage on there, but dude, you gotta do what you need to do to stay in shape and take care of yourself, or else you just let your body get completely out of hand. And man, not so much like your body, not so much like looking like out of shape or stuff like that, like feeling out of shape. There's a difference between looking out of shape and feeling out of shape. Like when your body just can't respond to natural things that you usually should do or be able to do, that's a wake-up call. That's what I had this past year. Like, I need to start getting my shit together.
No, you and me both, man. It is one of those things to where it's like, clothes. You start going through clothes, and I'm like making excuses. I'm like, oh, I cleaned out the closet. I threw away shit that didn't fit anymore. You know what I mean? So kind of those things.
Yeah, well, I don't throw away clothes. One, just because I don't know. Like, I spend the money on them. I want to wear it. You know what I mean?
Actually, what I do is donate them. We take them. Somebody. It's like if anybody wants to wear this filth, there it is. So kind of one of those things. Random observation right here. So looking outside my studio window, the neighborhood that I live in, I share with a fellow media member, Roger Wallace, just walking by on his morning walk. So it's like, hey, Raj.
Roger walking by the studio, huh? Going down to another studio instead of the Double R studio.
He didn't even look at the Double R studio. I'm like, come on, man, be better than that.
Yeah, Jason. So yeah, that's the changes. And I was a wrestler. Wrestled a little bit in high school, and as a Marine, you're constantly shedding weight and trying to lose the extra poundage. Yeah, I belong to a gym that has a pool. At this point, man, like I literally can't even it's been a struggle walking up and down the damn stairs. Like mobility has been a problem with this back injury the past couple of days. So once everything gets back into it, man, it's time. Yeah, like 44. Like I am going to kick 44's ass. I'm motivated. Like I'm motivated because I'm tired of feeling like this. Honestly, yeah. Rodney. Like that's the word. It's not even a looks thing. It's a feeling thing now, man. Like I'm just tired of being out of shape.
So you're calling the force. You're kicking 44's ass.
Yeah, 44 ain't gonna stand a shot.
There you go. I will tell you that's kind of one of the cool things about lots of cool things now. About the work that I'm doing. It's when I'm on the road or like this past weekend at Coda, for example. It's a lot of work. I mean, because we're doing display stuff, and it's like I'm like using muscles again.
Sure, yeah.
And that's really cool. And I have seen some of the benefit. I mean, there are days that I feel like shit, after we get done. Yesterday, I was beat ass tired, but at the same time, I'm like sore in my arms and my legs and my calves, things that cycling wouldn't do for me. It's like, okay, I feel like I'm actually doing something now. So that's kind of been the cool thing about that.
And also, like that's you mentioned being sore, like that's a feeling that
that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's a feeling I actually miss too, right? Like the muscles, feeling alive and responding to a workout, man. Like that's a good feeling to have.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're feeling sore just off of a walk, it's a little bit of a concern. Like you should not. Or the one thing that gave me a little bit of concern was 2 years ago we played golf, and I was sore after playing golf. Like,
wow,
that's.
Did you walk the 18 holes?
What's that?
Did you walk the 18 holes?
No. I wish I could sit here and say we did, but we didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't. There's that's usually a nice little wake up sign that Father Time is creeping in a little bit sooner than he should. So
yeah. Jason, well, I'm sorry that you walked with Dennis. I would have rather walked with Sally. With his wife, Sally Hernandez of 36, but I guess at KXN, she's probably on the air at that time when you were doing that. Coda text line, Wags, it says, Wags, go to the spine center, not a chiropractor. It says, take care. That's our man Chan. I don't know.
Go to the spine center? I think it's a muscle. This feels like a muscle instead of spine or anything like lumbar related. It feels, I don't know. I've never slipped a disc. I don't know what a slipped disc feels like, but
yeah,
I do have some, like, it's not exactly protruding or bulging, but it does feel like there's just like a softball sitting back there, man.
We're going to cut that drop. It's not protruding or bulging. Tell me about it. That's 10 years later. That's 10 years later. You're not going to be protruding or bulging.
You don't tuck it in your sock anymore. That's not the case.
Gotta put a sock.
There's the reason why you're not allowed to wear sandals out in public.
That's exactly right, my man. That's exactly right.
Herniated disc. I don't know if it's herniated either, Jake. But I know it doesn't exactly feel right. The right side of my back just doesn't feel right. Anyway, I think enough about me, and how about you guys? Like, what's up with you guys today?
Wags, you need to just go find one of those places, the happy ending massage thing.
No, we don't.
See if that helps.
No, we don't. No, we don't. We absolutely don't.
I don't know where those may be.
Wags doesn't put himself, and I don't put myself. I can't believe I just spoke in the third person. I don't put myself in situations to where I'm going to get in trouble.
That's a smart man. That's a smart man.
Yep.
Neither does Double R.
I don't usually
does
have
Ronnie.
the greatest ideas, but that's always been a pretty good one that I've had.
Yeah.
Don't put yourself in bad situations.
Yeah.
I just don't know how I'm going to respond.
Ronnie tries to do the right thing too, because Ronnie's too stupid if he did something wrong to even try to cover it up.
Ronnie, get it together, Ronnie. Get it together.
Get it together, Ronnie.
All right,
where
do you want to go, Amigo? Where do you want to go first?
We'll talk football here in a little bit. Maybe get primed up for Texas basketball tonight.
Hey, here we go.
Hey, you know what I did last night? We were talking about this at the end of the show.
I'm sorry. I will be watching, but I mean, like, it is what it is now, guys. Like,
yeah, I hope they get steamrolled, to be honest with you. Just put me out of my misery at this point. But you know what I did last night? I bit on the low hanging fruit that we talk about all the time. I turned on the WWE just to see about all the hype and whatever.
Also, the fallout, like on Monday Night Raw, usually after a big event, is got some drama or some good. I haven't seen it in a while, but I mean, usually it does, man. Well, what'd you see? What'd you get into?
Well, I mean, I turned it off. I mean, I turned it over to Houston basketball after a while, because I was hoping that, they were going to roll out John Cena at the beginning with The Rock and all these different things. But I turn it on. I'm waiting, and, they're previewing. They showed a little bit about what happened. Can you believe it? And it starts, and here comes CM Punk. I'm like, I didn't even know that dude was still around.
He's been back for a minute. Been back for about a year and a half, maybe 2 years now.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. I turned that on, and I'm like, well, I stayed on as long as I could, kind of flipped back and forth. There was a women's match on. Of course, I watched that one, and then they kept teasing the finale.
You said you watched Kansas in the Cougars last night?
Yeah, I watched
Jayhawks in Houston.
Yeah, I watched that one last night.
Been a wild year for Kansas, man.
Oh man, I'll tell you, it's definitely right. It's different, and this is where I think we're seeing college athletics, the shift in all that, to where the greats maybe not so great anymore. So, and look, I'm all about that. I mean, I like parody. I think parody's great. So, yeah, but Houston's pretty good. Houston's pretty good.
Yeah, amigo. What do you want to get into some football talk? I hear we got some Darnold.
So they're not going to put the tag on him, and that's interesting to see. So I didn't think that they would, but basically what this tells me is that they have until the middle of next week to get a deal put together. They being the Vikings, if they plan to keep that dude. And otherwise,
where would you go if you're in the Vikings front office, right? Based off of what Sam Darnold just gave you, and I feel like we've been having this conversation a few times now, right? But I mean, based off of the year that Sam Darnold just gave you, you got JJ McCarthy waiting in the wings, right? It's kind of an unknown, right? It's exploratory, but it's still a little bit of an unknown to where, can he come in and take over and be the franchise that he was drafted, or be the franchise quarterback that he was drafted to be? Or do you find a little bit more out of the bridge quarterback that you got with Sam Darnold? Has he proved a little bit more out of his one stint up in Minnesota to justify, not getting the franchise tag? And, maybe they make the big decision. Do we pay this dude some starting quarterback money, or do we give this guy a 4-year deal, lock this dude in, and make this dude the actual franchise quarterback and give him franchise quarterback money? Because there's a difference between starting quarterback money and a franchise quarterback. You know what I mean? Like, you can either be touring or you're going to stay there and be in the damn tenure spot for a good while.
That's, to me, where this story is so intriguing for the Vikings, because it is, with Sam Darnold, what he did. I mean, it was tremendous, but I mean, does he back that up? I mean, he doesn't necessarily have to.
Exactly right. You got it.
Yeah.
No, he had some good stuff with San Francisco when he was going around and trying to find his spot, right? But nothing flourished like he did when he, got to Minnesota. And you got to think, Rodney, like, he knows what he's working with. He knows the tools that he has at his disposal, right? Or at his disposal. When you have an arsenal like Addison, Jefferson,
JJ,
and then you got Hawk too, and hell, man, who knows what's going to happen on the ground and pound too? They might even upgrade from Aaron Jones. Who knows? Yeah. But I think it's in his best interests to work out a deal or maybe have a win-win scenario to where he can stay in Minnesota for as long as he can and still collect a high enough purse or high enough salary or contract to where he's going to be happy, right? That's clearly a win-win situation. Now, if Darnold's looking for a bag, he might have to sacrifice the arsenal or the damn armory of weapons that he has with Minnesota and go to a place where it's going to be supplemented a little bit. And honestly, the production's probably going to be down. And if I'm Sam Darnold, man, you guys know how I feel about this. If I'm Sam Darnold, I stay in Minnesota, I plant the seed there, boom, sprout, you grow, and now you have a fantastic tree of nothing but offensive production with this firepower that you have in Minnesota. You go somewhere where you don't know, it's a lot of uncertainty, Rodney, and I don't know if you can get back to this state of play.
Did you say that he had Hawk Tua on that team?
Hawk. You got Hawk too.
I know. I'm just jacking with you. I'm just jacking with you because I know you're on medication.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I do. No, great point. And it is. I mean, can he back it up? And I think that I would be more inclined, if I were him, to maybe take a little bit less. And I know it's easy for us to say, we're not the ones with this, but how do you back that up? And I highly doubt. I mean, I don't think that he would duplicate what he did, but I think the thing is,
you don't think that he's going to you don't think he's going to perform with Minnesota?
I don't think near to that, because that's a pretty high bar that he kind of set right there. It's kind of like we were talking about, but I may be wrong.
Given the chance to be with that team again and build the continuity, you won't have Justin Jefferson injured or Addison injured or Hawkinson injured. You'll have them right out of the get-go, right out of the jump from camp. You think that he will struggle to produce what he just did?
I don't think he'll struggle. I just don't think that he has those numbers. Main reason being because now there's film. Now, and you see what happens in the NFL.
I think the numbers are better.
They could be. And I may be wrong, because we said CJ Stroud put up a rookie season that would never be duplicated. Boom, the next year, Jaden Daniels is like, hold my beer, watch this. So that could happen. But I think, to me, the whole mystery and the intrigue I was talking about for me is with the Vikings, because the whole let Darnold go and just blow this for an unknown commodity. Yeah, JJ McCarthy should be an exceptional starting quarterback. We don't know. You know what I mean? And that's like around here, it's like Arch is going to do this. We're pretty certain that's going to happen. But with McCarthy coming off an injury, I mean, is he going to be better than Sam Darnold? That's what we don't know. And I think if you're the Vikings, because that window closes so fast, that we talk about, I think if you're the Vikings, you figure out a way to at least try to make this work with Darnold, because he's proven with the weapons you're talking about that he can get you close. And hopefully they can, in the words of Bum Phillips, kick that sumbitch down this year and make that next move, because they kind of faltered right towards the end. And still, I think a lot of the hesitation maybe from Minnesota was because in those prime spots, Darnold kind of reverted back. But you can't just take isolated situations. So it's really intriguing to see what's going to happen here. I don't know what Minnesota
I
does.
guess you can say that he reverted back. I wouldn't. I mean, sure, they were pressing. You know what I mean?
It's a
Like,
team game. Yeah. We can't blame it all on him.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, exactly. But you are the quarterback, so you're gonna live and die with the success or the failure of the team. So it is on Sam, Mono Man here. So I mean, and look, these numbers don't exactly prove that you're the elite of the elites in terms of the quarterback play, but when quarterback hasn't exactly been a tier stat or a tier performance, tier 1 performance here around the NFL, it's kind of hard to find, right? And with the disparity that's just lacking, hell, even the GOAT was struggling this year all year, and still Kansas City was able to perform and be at the top, right? But Darnold, top 5 quarterback in yards, okay, and then you go to touchdowns and interceptions, he's still at the top 5 there with the touchdowns, 37-12 ratio there between touchdowns and interceptions. Here's the one thing that I think really kind of makes my eyebrow raise with Sam Darnold, right? Is that he just eats a lot of sacks. 48, right? 48, or that's 48 sacks. 48 sacks is a little alarming to me. Minnesota, you got to dress up and shore up a little bit of your offensive protections there, and then maybe that gets worked out too, with the offseason as well with OTAs. I feel like the numbers that he put up, I mean, he's only looking at around 4,300 yards, 4,319 yards. That's not that much, right? Considering that people throw for 5,000 yards, some seasons now, right? So if I'm Sam Darnold, I think the numbers actually improve. Maybe the sacks go down a little bit more this year, and maybe you work on that and start to throw the ball away. Maybe that's the underlying thing of why Minnesota kind of got rattled towards the latter part of that season, right? I mean, and let's be real. The Rams came on strong at a really good time, and that defense is a young and callous defense now, to where shit. I mean, is it going to be there? Is it going to be San Francisco's division moving forward, or have the Rams taken the next step to kind of close the gap on that and make it theirs again?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's going to be some good football, but I think Darnold's best football is in Minnesota.
I agree, and the whole part of that is, I think the other part of that with Minnesota that factors into what they plan to do. Whether you go with the young guy or you take this guy that appears to have. Maybe he turns into the Baker Mayfield thing. I mean, you keep him and he was going to be a bridge, and you have him there, and maybe he leads you, and maybe JJ doesn't get that job, or whatever the case. But here's the other part, Wags, right quick. That division, I think, is something that the Minnesota folks are thinking about, because obviously you got Detroit is there, Green Bay, and what should be a vastly improved Chicago team. So you start thinking about that. I think if they were in the NFC West, no brainer. Let's go with the kid.
You think Chicago is going to get it all figured out in year one?
Not enough to contend for a division championship.
Right.
But
I don't think
they'll be better.
I don't think they'll be there. Maybe 8 wins.
Yeah. They improve, but I think Green Bay is better if you keep Jordan Love upright, and obviously Detroit is what they are. It's going to be interesting to watch them without their coordinators.
If Green Bay can bring in a top wide receiver,
I know, man. I know
they got a chance. They got a chance at making a splash in the North. But until then, Green Bay's flirting, but they're not going to land anything.
Yeah. And like you mentioned with the Rams, I mean, I really think the Rams are, if the Rams can get out of the chute just a little bit better, it's like it seems like year after year they come stumbling out of the chute and drop, 4 games out of the first 6, and they're, kept trying to chase their ass all year, and then boom, here they are, a playoff spoiler. So that in San Francisco, this quarterback thing, figure out Purdy, Deebo's gone. I don't think that's obviously.
Yeah, we didn't really give much thought to Deebo going over to Washington yesterday. We talked about it, we mentioned it, but we didn't really hit on the impact that it's going to bring for Daniels in Washington here. Right now, look, Scary Terry can still do his thing here, and then you add I'm pretty sure Ertz is done. Ertz had one hell of a season trying to reinvigorate something here. But he became a pretty decent security blanket for Jaden Daniels. Now, look, I'm very curious and interested to see what Washington does in this draft if they go out and get themselves a tight end or where the hell maybe they go out and look for another wide receiver with the advent of Deebo Samuels. If that's the case, now you're talking about one type of wide receiver room that could be, contending in the NFL for top spots here. I still think, even when T. Higgins just got franchise tag for the Bengals. So the Cats probably got the best wide receiver room in my opinion, honestly. Cincinnati, I mean that wide receiver room. I'd love to give the crown to Minnesota, but Cincinnati with T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, that is number one tops for the elite in the NFL there for wide receivers.
Yeah, and that's that brings up what Cincinnati they're trying to get things done with Jamar Chase. I mean, they've got to get that deal in place. I think they've been pretty clear that they want to keep those weapons there for Joe Burrow, which I'm sure he's been adamant that he needs those weapons. But I mean, the Commanders, Wags, they are.
What does Samuel do for the Commanders for you?
4 years ago, I'm like, holy smoke! I mean, man, this kid's gonna get a guy. But I mean, I think now, but you never know. I mean, I think a lot of maybe the environment right here.
You still get an X factor, right? You
still get an X factor, absolutely. And the whole thing is, I mean, this is a win for the Commander. What they give up for him? Nothing.
A fifth round.
Yeah, fifth rounder. I mean, this is great. And you get a veteran. You get a veteran, speedy superstar wide receiver
how
to
speedy,
help.
Though? It was still like decent speed, but how speedy, right?
Yeah, that's the whole thing. And does he stay healthy? I mean, there's a lot of that, but we've seen it so many times to where you go to a place where you're happy and you go to a place where you're winning and it's a thriving culture and shit, you're never hurt. so let's see what happens here. I mean,
I don't know. He was banged up. He was banged up a little bit. But I mean, that's I feel like that's the thing with Deebo, right? When Deebo can go, he goes.
Yeah.
Right. Like even through adversity and even through being dinged up or having some knocks on him, like he usually goes and plays through the pain. Team good locker room guy, good team guy, or it appears to be that way. I don't understand the recent fallout in San Francisco. Maybe it's the fact that Pearsall just came on strong and this is just a bottom line decision where they gave Ayuk the bag last year, and you knew how strict and stern they were with his contract and his deal, and Deebo probably saw the writing on the wall there. And I mean, hell, Deebo really don't have much of a say in this if you're getting dealt, man. But a fifth is kind of like, God, is that where my value's gone? But I mean, hell, get your numbers up, man. Now you probably in a better situation. I would say that you have a higher ceiling with this quarterback. You know what Brock Purdy can get. Brock Purdy can lead you and manage you to a championship there. But is he going to absolutely, lead the league in passing, year in and year out? I don't think so. Could you be a top end combo with a quarterback like Jaden Daniels? Absolutely. I don't know at this portion in your career, but maybe you can kind of find a reinvigorating year or two with a quarterback like this.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, this to me is going to lengthen his career a little bit, because he's going
a year or two, maybe. Right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if I'm the Commanders, I mean, I think something that they look at as what they don't have, that they have pieced this together exceptionally well. I mean, you go and you look at the roster and you look at the run that they made last year, and it's like, how?
And this is an upgrade, and this is a home run for a very cheap,
absolutely
return on investment, right? Or you're thinking, you're not giving up too much for a product or a value like Deebo Samuel for a fifth rounder. Like that seems like a no brainer.
If I'm the Cowboys, I mean, if I'm my team, I look at this and it's like, well, another division rival just kicked us in the balls again because they picked up. I mean, if Dallas would have made that deal, I'd be really, really happy because you got somebody on the other side of CD, which they need. I mean, they need to get somebody over on the outside for him. This would have been a great pickup for Dallas.
They need a lot more than just that.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
it's not going to get any better. It's same with the Giants too. It's not going to get any better until they address their offensive line issues.
Yeah. I figured out with Dallas. Yeah, I figured out with Dallas Wags. The only thing they don't need is a kicker. Got a really good kicker. That's about all they don't need. Need help on the offense, need help on the defense, and need help with all the other special teams, for crying out loud. But I mean, this is a great get. And I think for Jaden Daniels and Deebo Samuel also, you mentioned right there, if he looks at that and sees a 5th rounder, I mean, you know how these guys are. That's going to put a spark in his ass. And this is, look, going to try to make some money this year. So
Jaden Daniels was sacked 47 times this year too, 6th in the league at sacks as well. Caleb Williams obviously sacked the most with 68, and then 52. CJ Stroud, Geno Smith at number 3 with 50, and then Sam the Man, our guy that we were just talking about, number 4 in terms of sacks with 48.
Yep.
Yeah, and then of course Jaden Daniels tied with or I guess it's not going to be tied. It's Joe Burrow tied with Sam Darnold as, sacked 48 times. But yeah, I mean, if you're going to hold on to the ball that long, you're probably going to get sacked a good bit, but trying to make plays, I get it, trying to press, but I think you take that down a little bit, you get your sacks down, you shore up a little bit of your offensive line, and who knows, maybe you're sitting here, you're not even worried about the quarterback and waiting in the wings anymore. You found yourself, you stumbled across your franchise quarterback and the names and likes of one Sam the Man, Mono Man Darnold. So
that's exactly right. And I think some of the apprehension also has to be that Minnesota doesn't want to get in a position like Atlanta is in, right now, to where it's like you pay Kirk Cousins all this money and you've got the guy waiting in the wings, and Kirk Cousins is not doing what you thought he was going to do, and you're with that.
Who's going to take that bag on?
Oh man, that I don't know. That
after the performance that you just saw, and honestly, like, I don't know how much you can put it on Kirk Cousins, right? Because if it felt like the Falcons were struggling a good bit, and look, you were probably trying to point a finger on the quarterback room, being Heineke and Ritter, but it's just like, what the hell, you think Cousins can come in here and kind of create some numbers and some offense with pieces like Drake London and Kyle Pitts, and you bring in Bijan Robinson. You think, hey man, we got some weapons here. You think maybe you can make something out of this, and sure as shit, nothing's mustard, right? So it's like, what the hell? Then you draft Penix right behind Cousins, or right behind bringing Cousins in, and Penix struggles too. So I mean, and of course he's a rookie. He expected to struggle with Penix, but when are we going to start having to question about the performance levels of these, wide receiver, of the wide receiver room, or the dynamic tight end of Kyle Pitts that was supposed to be flashy and leading the damn league in yards and stats and stuff? When are we going to start having that conversation? Maybe it's not just all on the quarterback room there at Atlanta. There's probably something looming a lot deeper than just that that quarterback play, or what seems to be on the surface here.
Yeah, to me, that's one of the biggest disappointments that in the last couple of years that I've seen is Kyle Pitts, because with everything,
it's been the entire production of the Atlanta Falcons. It's not just Kyle Pitts; it's Drake London. I mean, too few and far between.
Yeah, and that's where I was glad that this year Bijan Robinson had the more of the year that he deserves, because that was seriously one of the things that I had in my notebook going into last season. It's like, okay, is Bijan Robinson going to continue to be in this dismal turmoil of an organization right here that's going to let him sit and waste away? And I go back to it now to where it's like, okay, is he going to, the physical brutality that he's going to take, because nothing else seems to be working there. And it, with
and how much of that brutality does he toll up or pack on until this
can't
generational
go.
talent of a running back is out of the league too soon just because he got too much miles on his wheels, right? Or took too much pounding.
Yeah, look, Wags. I mean, we sit here, and myself included. I laugh at Zeke Elliott and talk shit about him being a sinner and broke down and slow and fat and all these different things. You know why? Because they ran him into the ground. They ran him into the ground.
He was also different after that payday, right? Like coming back from Mexico, he was a little bit different. Now the line also got a little bit banged up too for Dallas, and like the stars weren't aligning for the ground and pound game for Dallas after that year.
Yeah.
It seemed to get a couple of holes in the boat. So it's funny too, because you thought maybe that Zeke was kind of trending better than Saquon at the time. Both dudes came in around the same time. And then now, you look at the career that Saquon's having, and it's just nice. It's funny, right? Because you can be prolonged and banged up with injury, and then all of a sudden get out of a certain situation and just start sprouting, man. It's funny. I go back. It's a kick in the dick.
Yeah. I go back to a conversation I had with our man Tyler Campbell. You remember Tyler? Tyler used to follow mine there at the Horn, and of course Cowboy fans or whatever. And he had done something over at the stadium where Earl, a very similar situation. Earl was Bum Phillips' guy. That it was just the physical toll that everything took on him. I talked to Tyler. It was right.
Earl was the offense.
Earl was the offense. Yeah. Dante Pastorini he kind of distribute the ball a little bit, but, and I had a conversation with Tyler. He's like, he pulled me off to the side, man. And he said, man, this was about a year after the payday. He's like, dude, I saw Zeke. He ain't moving well. He's done. He is done. Because he was that beat up at that point from the pounding that he took. And that's why when the running back is irrelevant, bullshit. You go do that. You go do that. That's wow.
Long past days are the third. What did Todd Gurley get? 30 million? Something crazy like that. 33 million.
Yeah, it's crazy. Friends, don't forget Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com, that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. They have it on the lot right there and are ready to go. The service afterwards, go see the great folks out there. Take a look. Here they are. It's Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
No doubt about it. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And as well, don't forget our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They, as I've been talking about, I'm going to start getting some pictures up on social media, kind of chronicling what they've been doing right here. For over 40 years, it has been the McCall family. Now Mike in command right there, taking care of everything for them. They build value into your home, whether it's bathroom renovation like we're doing, a bedroom renovation, even if you want to add a second level to your home, they can take care of that for you. They've got the best trades. They've got the best folks. Everybody that's rolled through here, whether it's electricians, plumbers, guys doing texture, sheetrock, they have been top notch. They always come in and tell you everything that they're doing along the way. And Mike has been spot on. Like I talk about, I deal with a lot of contractors and have dealt with a lot of contractors over the years. It's very rare that somebody tells me, hey, I found a way to save you money. And that's super cool. It's McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check them out for your next home project. They'll make those dreams a reality. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Give our man Mike a call, 512-633-9580. McCall Custom Homes.
You gonna watch some basketball tonight?
What is tonight? Tuesday night.
Tuesday. Longhorns play.
I'll watch it. You know, it's kind of like one of those things where it's like,
it's our job. We have to watch it.
Gotta cover it. Yeah, you gotta cover it. It's like, all right, yeah, we'll check in. But you know what, Wags, with this team, as low as we are on them with the last 3 losses, these 3 losses in a row that, in my opinion, have kicked them out of the tournament. They may come out.
What's got to happen? Let's try and look on the optimistic side of the table, right? Instead of being so pessimistic like we have been. What's got to happen tonight for the Longhorns to get a win?
I mean, they may come out and just be pressing and press defense. I don't know who would do it. I mean, they may do that. They may be setting screens and different things that they needed to be doing. Like I'm telling you, Wags, it was such an eye-opener for me on Saturday night when I saw it firsthand. It's one thing seeing it on TV because you can get distracted, but when you're sitting there watching it, it's like, where's the screen? I mean, you have an opportunity right here to make a play on defense. Can you press a little bit? And maybe try a little bit of that and not rely so much on number 20. But who? I mean, who? Kaluma was the leading scorer the other night, but it's like, I mean, that's not your scorer. So
no, we all know who the scorer is, right? We
all know who the scorer is. That's what I'm telling you. When I looked up in the fourth quarter and I saw Trey Johnson with 11, I'm like, all right. Well,
I mean, when you're having that type of a night and you're the type of scorer that Trey Johnson is, and I think this is another part of Trey Johnson's game or his bag that he'll be able to unlock, with maturity. When you are the guy,
yep,
and usually you drop 30 and it's just not dropping that night, you got to find a way to get others involved. The great ones do that, and of course that comes on a lot of the play of your cohorts too, right? They have to be able to execute and perform, but also be the decoy. Draw in the defense, draw in the opposition, put the target on your back, and then find better shots and good shot selection for your team, right? Get them in the better positions to get better looks. I haven't seen too much of that this year, but again, he's a freshman, young talent. I think that part of his game will grow. But it's like you said, you got to have some dudes more than just Kaluma that can show up, every now and then that can hit a shot. For me, my big thing tonight is, what are we going to do in our front court? We mentioned it, time in and time out here, but Bulldogs got some decent guard play. Hubbard's a bucket. This dude, he's pretty damn lethal from the perimeter. He also can break people down off the dribble and get to the cup. And then you get into the front court here with Murphy's a dude. Murphy can get after it. He's got an attitude, a little bit of a bite to him too. Leading rebounder, gets almost a block and a half a game. And the guy is a problem inside the paint. And of course we know what has happened inside the paint, the past almost seemingly like a season and a half now. It just hadn't been. I don't know. I take that back. No, I'm gonna even with the Sioux, even when we had Dylan the Sioux, it felt like we were still getting worked a little bit in the front court, right? Or still getting a little bit owned in the paint. But really, this year it's been just a tumultuous year in the front court play. If Shedrick doesn't show up at all tonight, or give Murphy some type of competition or just any type of just pushback or contention, right? Like it's going to get pretty bad. It's going to get ugly because this dude Murphy's got an attitude with Murphy can. I don't think he's as good as Williams. I think Williams is probably one of the best forwards in the SEC. But this dude can be nasty, and he can basically eat Shedrick up. So we'll see.
Yeah, and I think Shedrick is so key to me in all of this, and I think the lack of success has been that teams know that if they screen him or do whatever with him, that they're halfway there, right there, and slowing everything down for this basketball team. So I would only venture to guess that that's what we see from Chris Beard's team tonight, and it's gonna be extremely tough. I mean, I'll be real honest with you, Wags. I mean, I've kind of hung my hat at this point where it's like, well, hopefully you get OU, on Saturday, just to kind of finish the season with a sprint. You beat your rival, but this one tonight, Wags, I think if it's anything with this team coming out with the mindset that they had on Saturday, it's going to get bad really fast. It's going to get bad really fast. But this team has been so inconsistent that they may come out and steal this game. So it's going to be worth watching. I know you got baseball tonight with A&M CC. I'm going to try to find that and probably be a little bit more honed into that. But hey, never say never. Never say never. We don't need to be Debbie downloading.
I'll be hate watching. Honestly, at this point, it's kind of what it feels like. Good old fashioned hate watch. I'll be cheering. You know, if you can upset the Bulldogs here. You know, I still don't think you're getting into the tournament, but it'll be a interesting SEC tournament. We'll just say that. If you barbecue in an SEC tournament, there's no damn way in pot. I'm very pessimistic about the chances. So I don't know. It'll be easier to watch now because I won't sit here be biting my nails or worried about a loss. I'll be expecting a loss, right?
Yeah. I was talking to some people on Saturday night on the way out of the Moody Center, and it's like, well, I hope. I hate to say it, but in my opinion, hopefully this team loses the rest of the way for a coaching change. I'm like, I don't think they need to lose the rest of the way for a coaching change. I think it's pretty clear that something needs to happen. So if that's kind of your thought, don't root against your team hoping that Rodney Terry is going to get fired.
Expectations are what they are at this point, though. Right?
That's the whole thing. Yeah, I mean, unless, like we say, Stevie Wonder, Ray Charles, Ronnie Millsap, insert the blind guy. I mean, unless that's the way that you're watching, it's pretty clear right now what you're going to get out of this team, and it's unfortunate.
Are you going to watch? I don't tend to do this a lot because I don't like to wish bad juju onto our team, but usually, like when I get to this position to where there's no hope for the team, then I start going to the rivals and start watching, if they're going to fail or how much of a letdown of a performance that they have. But I try to stay off social media, and I try to not, throw shade at their fan base too, because Rodney, I don't like it coming back to bite us in the ass. And sometimes, you know me, man, karma's a motherfucker, right? Like I believe in it wholeheartedly. And if you sit here and talk too much mess or too much trash, that's going to come back and bite you in the ass. And it's going to be a rough night for Texas A&M tonight. It's just going to be, I'd like to see a good contest. I'd like to see one, but there's a damn good chance that they get their damn doors blown off of them tonight, amigo. So again, I don't like to root for downfall for the rivals or anything, but when you're in a position to where we're at right now, man, it's tough not to, dude.
Yeah, it is one of those things, as a Cowboy fan, and as that all too often happens, like this year, for example, I'm sitting there watching where it's like, okay, so hopefully something bad happens to the Eagles. Hopefully something bad happens to the Packers. Got kind of some of those rivals right there. I don't even talk bad on Dallas. This year, I mean, it was weird for me, Wags, where this year I'm like, I kind of hope Washington does something good, which to me, I mean, it's all about the Eagles.
It's been such a long time since they've been doing something, right?
Yeah.
And plus, like, if I have to, that's not even a hard decision, Rodney. If I have to take a pick between Philadelphia or Washington, I'm taking Washington two times on Sunday.
Washington's hard to not like right now, unfortunately, and I think for me, kind of a lot of the Washington bitterness is because they haven't been good, like you said, for a long time, and they're not the Redskins anymore. It's not the Cowboys-Redskin rivalry that I grew up watching. So I think that's kind of subdued.
I remember my buddy growing up, and he was a Browns fan, right? And like it got to. Rodney, it got to the point where he was rooting for injuries, right? Just rooting and these injuries, like the stuff that he'd be rooting for, it'd be coming back to hurt him. You know what I mean? Like you're sitting here rooting for the other team to get injured. Your entire, personnel, your 55-man roster is wrecked. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, I've got a buddy that's a Bengals fan, and so he's always
hasn't been great for them either. You know what I mean?
He's always heartbroken, and we start talking, and he's like, "Well, as long as Cleveland don't win," I'm like, "Well, I don't think you have to worry about that." I mean, if your
Paul Brown that. Yeah, I mean, come on.
If your hate is the Cleveland Browns, man, you need to find somebody else to be pissed off at because you don't need to worry about them. which I still want Aaron Rodgers to go there. But it's like, yeah, that's the least of your concerns. I'll tell you what's going to be curious to watch tonight.
Jake wants to have something to do with the enemy's fallout, so he's praying for the demise of it.
The Aggies, I'm curious to see the Aggie baseball team tonight because they take on my man Bobby Chaffee's UTSA Roadrunners, and the Aggies already lost.
Come on, man! They're the number one ball club in the nation.
They lost to Texas State.
Texas State's not a bad.
People
keep saying that. People keep saying they lost to Texas State. Texas State is not a bad program.
Texas State is very good, but when people see, well, they're not number one anymore. I think they're like 15 or 16 right there above Texas with all the losses that they've had. But it's like when people see them losing to Texas State.
Sure, but wouldn't you still say that Texas A&M is probably one of the best ball clubs in the nation?
No doubt. They should be. They should be.
Take your pick, but behind an SEC school, Texas A&M is probably going to be there though.
And they're going to be good this year because we let them have the coach back. We let him have that one coach back. His name escapes me. The guy that came here. We're like, no, take him back. We don't want him. So, yeah, I can't remember his name. They're skipper right now. But yeah, they have stumbled out. They have stumbled out of the block. So I think if they lose to UTSA, that's one thing where you see it on paper and it's like, I don't know how good the UTSA baseball. Michael Early. I don't know how good the UTSA baseball team is. I'd ask my man Chaffee, but he don't know. He only knows football. So I don't know. But a loss to UTSA would be really good for A&M. I will say that. But yeah, I will. I hope for doom and gloom for all the others because ours is going to be doom and gloom tonight, I think.
I'm pretty sure I'll be watching the hardwood. I'm pretty sure Texas A&M baseball is gonna put this thing to bed.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure
I'll check it out.
I mean, nothing's guaranteed, right? But that feels like a nice little lock.
Yeah, not going to be good. You guys
Auburn and Texas A&M. That's on tonight. Another good matchup that you might want to see in the Big 12. You got BYU and Iowa State on tonight too for some college hoops.
Yeah. You guys, let me tell you right quick about passes.com. If you haven't been over there, obviously you're a Texas fan. If you're taking in this great local content that you get right here with Texas Sports Unfiltered, Passes is a content creator company that has partnered with the Texas One Fund, giving you behind the scenes access to your favorite teams and players. We can be mad at the basketball team, but it is cool to get to know them. I mean, the ladies team is there, the baseball team, swimming, diving, football. I mean, it's all right there. You know what the Texas One Fund is all about, and you know what they're doing for UT. And now you can help donate to that Texas One Fund and get something back in return, whether it's VIP appearances, memorabilia. And you're donating not only to the future of Texas athletics, but you get the experience that you're not going to find anywhere else. Head over to passes.com/Texas One Fund to get closer to the game than ever before. Once again, it is passes.com/Texas One Fund. Be a part of that today and continue to help out Texas One Fund because we need the Texas One Fund thriving in this new environment of college athletics.
No, it's thriving. It's thriving. Let me tell you about our friends at Audiovisual Consultation. Matter of fact, let's let Tom tell you about our friends at Audiovisual Consultation, or it could be the kid. You never know what you're going to get here. But here's a word from our friend Tom McKay.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome.
Oh, whoops! No, that's not it. That's not it at all.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audiovisual Consultations carries all major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
Yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Boom. There it is. It's pretty easy. It's good good policy, good logics to have as well, but just give them a call. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
And Tom is right. And the kid is right, because my oldest daughter, she doesn't hug me very often. But the other day after they were at Coda, courtesy of Tom, she came over and gave me a hug. Said, "Thanks, Dad. We had a great time.
I've been hugging on my dude a little bit more than he probably wants. I'm starting to feel it. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to go away, So like we've been talking about the writing on the wall of this show. The writing on the wall is he's not going to be here that much longer, right? So I'm trying to hug on this dude as much as I can. And God, he's got to be thinking how weird his dad is lately. Like, God, like, what is going on with this guy? Dad, get a friend. You know what I mean? Get a friend.
Yeah. It's like our poster. It's like our poster put on there one day on the YouTube chat line. It's like, Dad is gay. Hey, buddy, anytime you need a shoulder, dude, you come on over here. Like I said, I've been through that a couple of times with the girls, and there's a wonderful thing called
I got the dogs, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No doubt about it. Good timing, CB, as we get ready to close this bitch out. Kyrie, he gone. Man, Dallas.
It's not getting any easier for Dallas, is it?
And I seriously have to tell you, I saw yesterday that the Mavericks are raising their season ticket prices 8.6%, I think, across the board, whether, from the VIP to the regular Joe Schmoes like us, for ongoing investments into the franchise.
Yeah.
Are these guys about to leave the Big D Dallas?
Ongoing investments?
This is becoming a little bit more obvious here that I think there's a ulterior motive, as they say, in court to this situation right here, man. It, for one thing, it's just bad luck. I mean, when your dudes all get hurt, but shipping off your superstar and then doing that, do you not want people to come?
That's bad optics, right?
Right. I think they cited.
I'm looking at this article.
Yeah, I think they cited fan engagement. Are you trying to deter fan engagement? Seems like it to me.
Yeah, I feel like fan engagement was okay, right? I feel like fan engagement was all right until this debacle of a deal that went down with LA Luka.
Yeah, it's just really.
Or was that just completely off my radar and over my head?
Wags, to me, obviously there's lots of reasons to not like that trade if you're a Mavericks fan, but I mean, to cite those people again, Stevie Wonder, Ray Charles, Ronnie Millsap. Yeah, I saw. Does anybody know who that is? Yeah, we know who he is. People do. But why don't you get more for that haul? That was my big thing with the trade. Okay, it's fine if it's not a fit for you, if that you don't want him here, at least get some value, get some worth out of that. This just looks to me like there's other motives to what's going on here with that new ownership group. I mean, I'm not reporting that. I'm just insinuating that.
No, I mean, you kind of. I mean, I don't think you're too far away with what you're flirting with here. I mean.
Flirting with disaster when they call me and they're like, "Shut up."
Bad optics for Dallas, and of course, it's all kind of just spiraled out of control after the past 3 weeks, right? It hasn't been exactly Dallas's day, right?
Yeah,
it hasn't been exactly Dallas's weeks.
Yeah, and the injuries, like we said, I mean that. We can sit here and whatever, and yeah, it's reported now, breaking news, season-ending torn ACL, so he is definitely out. It was a knee sprain this morning, but that tells you right there about all that you need to know about what's going to happen here with Dallas. I mean, wow. Well, AD, is he coming back ever?
He should. I mean, he's on schedule to come back before the regular season.
There you go.
So, I mean, but at this point, what are you willing to risk and who are you going to shut down? I would be shutting down everybody, honestly.
Yeah,
like
I would too.
I would not be risking any of my older wheels at this point, keep people as healthy as they can. And, this season's over, Rodney. If you're a Dallas Mavericks fan, I mean, I'm actually going to agree with Jake right now, right? I'm going to agree with Jake and go back a couple of weeks ago when he said the season was over. I didn't believe him. But I believe him now. Season's over.
Yeah, because I know the initial start right there. I mean, it did look, and we talked about in the short term who was going to win the trade, and it seemed like it should be better for Dallas. But you didn't plan on the rash of injuries, and with everybody going down, and just the timing of everything right here. When you want to look at a chronicle failure of a organizational move and just bad luck. I mean, you can call a lot of this bad luck. You can't make a torn ACL happen. I guess you can if you wanted to, but who would?
My question is, would the thought of Luka being traded even go down if Lively didn't go down, right? Because I'm almost thinking, they made the moves just because of countering and not having what they needed in the front court, right? Or not what they needed in the paint. And then, of course, as soon as they make it, AD gets hurt, and just showing you why he's been prone to injury, for most of his career. But yeah, it's been bad. It's been bad luck following this move for Nico. So
yeah,
it tough,
really,
man. And Jake, your crystal ball is pretty solid, amigo. I will never doubt the fact that you know your teams. You absolutely know your ball clubs. That's for sure. Maybe it's the fact that misery loves company, and you sit around and like most of us, and fester when our teams or ball clubs don't do so well. And again, I don't feel like anybody knows the Giants, better than I do. Maybe Sal's probably got a good pulse on the ball club, but when people say, you're going to bet against the Giants, or you don't think the Giants, no, I think the Giants are this awful. It's because of this, and usually I'm right. Sounds like Jake's got a really good pulse on his teams too.
Yeah.
All right, Nico, anything else we got to get to before we turn it over to the boys?
Could be some rough times over there. Let's go ahead and bring them on. I did want to mention the Astros mentioned yesterday that it will be Andre the Giant, Jose Altuve, primarily out in left field there. So Altuve making the move. I can't wait to see him scale the wall.
How you feeling about this Tokyo series? Right around the corner.
It's coming up, right? It is coming up. I like that. I think that's a cool way to start. The international game. I mean,
I wish it wasn't so much of a break between the Tokyo series and then like ceremonial opening day, right?
Yeah. It is a hell of a gap right there. Remember Mr. Japan? Was that movie with Magnum PI was in that movie?
Mr. Baseball.
Mr. Baseball.
Anyways, let's turn it over to the dudes. What's up, Will? What's up, Jordan? How we doing, guys?
I'm good. Can we talk about Nico Harrison? Like, what? I tried to just look up what the contract details are for them firing him. I mean, he has to get fired at some point, right?
Right. I don't know. Maybe
2024 to do. And I can't find what the details are. In 2024, everyone just reported he signed a multi-year extension.
Jordan, if they're doing what I'm kind of insinuating that they're doing with sabotaging this franchise, you keep him. Keep him around. Yeah. Doing a great job.
He's doing exactly what they want him to be doing. So
thank you. Yeah. What a mess.
What's on the slate today, guys?
A little bit of combine recap, a little Neil Brown, now at Texas, a little bit of recruiting. So
plucking some WVU talent, huh?
Yeah, we'll be all over the place today. I mean,
right on.
All right, looking
gents.
forward to hearing it, man. You guys have a great show. We're gonna leave you and bid you adieu. Be good.
See ya. All right, Jordan. The Tuesday of the All Texas Playbook. The Lone Star Playbook, excuse me. And here we are. You and Nick talked about the combine a little bit yesterday, but you had Texas legend Michael Griffin on. So let's do a little bit of roundup from what we missed this past weekend. Let's start off with some news today. Early this morning is that Arch Manning signing yet another big NIL deal, this time with those with Waymo and Uber. If you're not familiar with Waymo, I'll say this: if you've ever been down West Campus in the last year and a half, you know what Waymo is, because they're the self-driving cars that usually find themselves stuck in the middle of the street or not working in somehow. So I haven't actually watched this commercial yet. Let's go and put this up on the screen because this looks real interesting. It looks like we've got
I haven't even watched it either. I just scrolled past it.
Let's see it right here.
I'm sure it's just the best acting.
Okay.
You got it? You need me to pull it up?
I've got it.
Okay.
Here we go. Arch Manning for Uber and Waymo.
Dad, what do you think the name of this driver is?
I don't see a driver.
Arch, do you Uber to class? Because I noticed you get a lot of parking tickets. You must be driving somewhere. Tickets are brutal around campus, so I think Uber is the way to go.
I've just spent a couple bucks, but it drives a lot better than Arch did last night coming from the airport. That was the worst.
I missed like 3 turns.
How does Waymo know we're at a red light?
Yeah, I thought you told it. Dad, did you have a computer in college?
I did not.
Did you have a cell phone?
Of course not.
How old were you when you got a cell phone?
Probably 65.
Dad, you can go to class with him. You want to go to class with him? Oh, look, we've arrived. Now, have a great day, son.
Have a good day, Clay.
Yeah, thanks for the ride, fellas. Hopefully no one sees us. Give us a
buddy.
big hug.
Bye, boss.
Oh, yes. Waymo, thanks for the ride. Appreciate it. Hope to see you soon.
All right, you got me in my seatbelt. You got to get me out.
Here you go, big guy. Appreciate it, Waymo.
I'm almost positive that was shot on iPhones.
Yeah, I'm not sure why one of the biggest companies in the world needs to do that. I mean, classic Manning acting. This is the first of not the first of. We've now seen a few of those with either Eli or Archie in there.
I have a question for you who lives on West Campus. So these Waymo cars, right? If you see them at a stop sign and it's stopped, you can just walk in front of it and it's going to wait for you to walk in front of it, right?
I think so. Yeah. I mean,
okay.
It seems like that's what happened.
Because I don't know. This is a horrible look for me. But so a few months ago, I see a tweet, right? And the tweet's like, man, I love cutting off Teslas. No matter how close you are, it's always going to break automatically. Since then, I'm like, let's see if that's true. And I'm not like cutting off Teslas like 2 feet in front of them or on purpose. But I have noticed when I do happen to switch lanes in front of one, it slows down no matter what. You know, because sometimes when you get in front of someone and it's close, they'll keep kind of coasting. They won't really brake right away. Teslas don't do that. They're slowing down. So I was just curious if, I assume Waymo has to have like sensors for humans because there's no way college kids aren't just cutting that thing off and walk. Oh, it's stopped. All right, let me walk, I don't know. I was just curious, what would that case be if Waymo was to run over a kid?
I mean, I think it would if now we're getting into pedestrian laws here. I'm not going to claim to be an expert on that, but I think if you just walked out in the middle of the street and it hit you, if you were jaywalking and a car hit you, you are liable. Like the car would not be liable. The funniest one that I did see, I'm not even sure if this is Waymo. I think it might have been the first round of driverless cars that they had on campus. And for whatever reason, I don't know why they feel like, as densely packed as campus is, that it's a good place to test these things out. But I remember the fall of 23, I was walking out of my apartment complex and I saw, right behind, there was an alley right behind my apartment, and they would deliver food to In-N-Out was right there and a couple other things. And this, big Cisco food truck is right there. And as I'm walking out, the Waymo or whatever car, driverless car, runs directly into it, the 16-wheeler. So
yeah,
it's no one was in it, thankfully, but the entire car, it's a little bit smaller. These are a little bit bigger, it's smaller. So the entire car is like wedged into under the 16-wheeler. So we always.
How fast was it going?
It couldn't have been going faster than about 25, 30. I mean, they follow the.
Okay. It doesn't say like if someone was in the passenger seat, they wouldn't have died from that, would they, or would they have been decapitated?
I don't think they would have died.
Do these Waymo things let people in the front seats, or is it backseat only?
I think it's backseat only, but I'm not really sure.
Yeah, see,
You might be able to sit
this
in
is
the
what I'm
driver's
getting
seat.
to.
I'm not
Like,
really
do
sure.
people just go and purposely get hit by these Waymo things and just get a crazy bag? I mean, there's cameras on it, so that they have to tell if you're purposely trying to get hit by it. But I mean, hey, I'm sure Waymo's lawyered up for that exact reason.
Yeah, they're lawyered up, and now they've got the Mannings on their side. So,
Yeah. Hey, I will say, nice little play on words with the who's manning the car. But
I like that too. I'm glad you mentioned that because I really like that.
But the acting is about what I expected. I don't know. Arch Manning, anytime he signs an NIL deal, it's going to be a story just because he is a big enough name to where that free story will always get traffic. So that's why I think every Texas site has already put out a story to some degree on this Uber NIL deal. But I don't know. Let's get into some recruiting, some Texas talk. Where do we want to start?
Let's start with Xavier Crowell, because this is a situation that we've been, monitoring a whole lot since before Tashard Choice left, and then when Tashard Choice left. So this is Xavier Crowell, 4-star running back out of Jackson, Alabama. Has ties to a lot of the in-state schools. Florida State, is still involved here. And Texas seemed to be in that top group right before Tashard Choice left. The day that he announced, or the news broke that he was going to the Cowboys, Xavier Crowell says, I'm not going to Texas anymore. He doesn't even give it an hour, much less see who Texas hires. He says, I'm not going. And I think he tagged Tashard Choice and tagged Steve Sarkisian, if I'm not mistaken.
Y'all gonna see this shit. That's what he was saying.
So we at that point kind of write off any possibility of Xavier Crowell, still being a possibility for Texas, because Texas is not going to hire, the running backs coach from Alabama or Auburn, and not from Florida State. They just did a rehaul of their entire staff. So it would be hard to get someone that he's really familiar with. They get Chad Scott, and I'm going to double check here, but yes, that's right. Xavier Crowell did not have an offer from West Virginia, which Chad Scott was at. And to our knowledge, it had no connection to Chad Scott prior to him reaching out about a day after he took the Texas job. From then on, Xavier Crowell immediately scheduled an official visit with Texas. I'm pretty sure it's for the same date as he was originally, scheduled for. And now he scheduled an unofficial visit at the end of March. Jordan, this has been a wild little ride over the last 3 weeks, I guess we're going on now.
It is.
And now it feels like Xavier Crowell has the second best chance out of the running backs, still on the board here to end up being at Texas, which even I think at the staff's best moments with him and Choice's best moments with him, we didn't feel like he was that high up. And obviously, like I said, that's because the running back board has changed a lot, with the coaching change. But just give me a little personal insight on this and what you think of this whole Xavier Crowell, just movement.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll be honest. There's no bone in my body that thinks this kid is going to end up at Texas right now. Yes, the 2-day unofficial thing is interesting because usually whenever Texas has kids for an unofficial that long, they basically treat it like an OV. So the fact that he's going to get that at the end of March and then the actual official visit in June, does inspire some confidence. But, I mean, I know he's also going to unofficially visit Georgia and the other schools in the mix. He's gone on record saying that. So it's not like Texas isn't going to be the only school that hosts him before the OV. Georgia, Auburn, Florida State, Bama. Those are the other 4 schools kind of in the picture. So with him, I mean, conversations in person are going to be important. Him and Tashard Choice are really close. Weeks ago, main source in Alabama was like, look, everyone thinks he's going to go to Bama, and if he doesn't go to Bama, it's going to be Auburn. But if he were to leave the state, it's because he's going to Texas. Like, they're a true dark horse. The relationship Tashard Choice is built there. Like, that's the reason they're in it, which is exactly why he tweeted that whenever Choice left. he was carrying all the water there. So I am under heavy assumption Steve Sarkisian has gotten more involved in this recruitment than he previously was. Chad Scott also, I like KJ Edwards a lot, but recruiting rankings don't always paint the picture of what boards are. After all, we are projecting these guys to the NFL draft. So I would not be shocked if, they were to have Crowell higher and they make more of a push for Crowell, or they recruit him harder than KJ Edwards. They'll sell more ground to make up with Crowell than they do KJ Edwards. So they're going to have to play the long game here. He did reclass. Usually when kids reclass, they end up making decisions closer to signing day than like ahead of their, I guess, third season.
Look at this, yeah.
But yeah, there you go, Jose. Thank you. That picture I'm kind of trying to paint. Jose says Crowell is the type of recruit that you want to get committed the day of National Signing Day. He looks like a flipper. Yes. Also, so this is gonna come off a little bad, and I don't want it to. But kids in the Southeast, right? They saw what Justice Terry did, right? Went to Texas. They obviously know why he's going to Texas. And, they've seen other kids from the Southeast who maybe didn't go to Texas, but they had them as their number 2 or their number 3. And Texas really wanted those guys. What does Texas do when they really want guys? They offer a lot of money, right? Especially when they feel like they really need them. To the point where that can help them get more money from the other schools, right? You kind of see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I'm not so sure that's a game.
I'm not saying that's what Xavier Crowell is doing.
Yeah, I'm not either, but I'm just saying in general, I don't think that's a game that is going to work for too much longer. I don't think many teams are wanting to get into 2 to 3 of these late stage, these October, November bidding wars. I think with the way the revenue sharing is going to kind of pop up over the next few months, we're going to see less of those, because the difference that teams will be able to offer, the base salary and the revenue share will be pretty similar, if not exactly the same, at almost all of these schools.
Yeah, but
when we get into these, I just don't think Texas is. Yes, maybe Texas is willing, but the focus is not going to be, okay, we're going to be in the position where we're in those 3 or 4 kind of NIL battles in November. I just don't think the way that Texas's recruiting operations work and the way that a lot of other teams, I think recruits are going to want to stray from that, because it's more times than not, it doesn't work out great unless you are just an elite and truly elite. When I say, bona fide NFL player, that bidding war often ends pretty bad for guys.
Yeah, well, I mean, you make a good point, but man, other guys flame. I mean, every 17, 18-year-old recruit thinks they're different than others, right? So if another guy who was chasing bags his entire recruitment flames out, 9 times out of 10, they think they can have a different experience chasing bags, I guess. And again, I don't want to make it seem like that's what Crowell is doing here. He's just using the Texas logo to help him make more money from Alabama or Auburn or whatever. That's not what I think he's doing. But it is something that kids in the Southeast are very aware of. And I was talking to people at Under Armour Atlanta about this. They know, Texas is going to come correct if it's a guy they really want. And those kids are expecting Texas to come correct, just like they expect Georgia, Florida, Bama to come correct. So, and as far as the rev share goes, I'm fascinated to see what happens with that. Because some schools are completely getting rid of their collective, thinking the $10 to $15 million, whatever the cut is per school for the football program, is going to work. And newsflash, I think we do have a lot of ball knowers on this podcast who listen to us, and we appreciate you all. Beaver Lance, Jason, CB, Doza, Jose. But newsflash, the Texas roster is way over $15 million. Way over. And Texas knows that. That's why they're not getting rid of the Texas One Fund, right? And most serious football programs are not getting rid of their collectives because they know you need more money outside of the 10, 15, whatever the cut is for rev share for football. And those boosters, they're tired of it. Donor fatigue is a real thing. Shit, donor fatigue is a real thing at Texas, and they actually get ROI out of it, right? They're going and competing for national championships, a game away from the Natty back-to-back years. But how do you feel if you're a booster at A&M? And I'm not even trying to put down A&M, but how do you feel? You bought the 2022 class. Like 7 of those guys are still there going into year 4, right? In 2023, pretty decent class. Elko comes in 2024, pretty decent class. But they're not like really doing anything with it. And each year, A&M, their collective, their coaches, and I'm just using A&M as an example because this happens at Georgia, Bama, this happens everywhere, USC. When you don't win, and each year you keep asking for more and more money because the market is going ridiculously upwards every year, the guys are going to stop paying. And donor fatigue, like that is why rev share had to happen out at some of these schools, because eventually the boosters are going to pull out. Y'all aren't doing shit with my money, right? So with Texas, I definitely think they made the right move by deciding to keep the collective, even with whatever happens with rev share. But, I mean, there are SEC schools who announced they're getting rid of the collective and they're going all off rev share, and their asses are going to get killed in recruiting, in portal recruiting, whatever it is. Because, again, the way, like, eventually I think it'll stabilize to some degree and plateau, I guess. But, I mean, dude, like, Colin Simmons, right? Let me just put this into perspective. And I'm not going to say the numbers for these guys, but Colin Simmons was the #1 target on Texas's board, the #1 guy, top-tier edge rusher, 5-star. When he committed to Texas going into his senior year, it was August going into his senior year. He was 24 class, so that would have been August 2023. I'm pretty sure his commitment date was August 10th or 12th, if I remember correctly. But what he got is less than a third of what it was like 3 guys that Texas signed in 2025, right? Or about a third, maybe, a little over a quarter, whatnot, a little over half. It was different. And it wasn't because Texas viewed those guys as better than Colin Simmons or had them higher on their board than Colin Simmons.
Price went up,
because that's how the market has gone. And the portal, everything has affected this. So, again, I think it has to plateau to some degree because, yes, Texas has a lot of money. All these schools have a lot of money, but it's not an infinite resource. Luckily, Texas is actually winning with the money that's given to them from these boosters and the collective, and the other schools can't say the same. But, like, rev share, it's going to be fascinating because I think the schools getting rid of their collectives are morons. Then they're going to get run over by the ones that don't.
And I think, maybe we don't know enough about how these other collectives operates, and because it is a case-by-case thing. I mean, I know just how the operation at Baylor worked, and kind of because the Texas One Fund facilitates a lot of deals. It's not just, come on, we're going to get you one little thing so we can say that you're on a deal and you can go pick up your check the next day. No, they are legitimately setting up some really nice deals for guys.
Yeah, they have it structured where it's consistent. I have not heard a single time Texas has been late on a payment, has been short on a payment, or hasn't paid a kid. Yeah. There's an SEC school who that fan base considers themselves a top SEC school who has yet to pay a single one of their 2025 guys that they signed, and it was a top 10 class. And all those dudes are considering going in the portal. So, I think Texas has an incredibly buttoned-up organization. I'm not just saying this because I cover them. Ask anyone who's into NIL, covers it. Texas is at the top of their list.
Yeah, no doubt. And just the way that the One Fund has kind of worked and the notoriety that it's gotten is the main thing. Because, like you said, the Texas NIL is known nationally, for better or for worse, by the general perception, if it's, what people think about Texas and the way that works. But they've gotten the deals, help with the deals with Lamborghini. That was all through Texas One Fund. They just did the same thing with Jonah Williams, who got a Ford pickup truck. They had that O-line program right when, NIL started, the pancakes thing.
Sorry, just looking back on that, everyone was like, oh my God, the Pancake Factory. Texas is paying these dudes $50,000 a year. Holy shit, this is so wrong. Like, college football is screwed. And it's like, dude, like, there are guys on the Texas roster making more than $50K a month now. It's wild.
I had, Max Merrill, who I think is now medically retired.
The GOAT. At a straight Jesuit. Talk to us.
Straight Jesuit, my high school. And me and Max played baseball together growing up, and I was at the time already in kind of recruiting media, so I had a chance to work through that whole thing with them. And they announced the pancakes for pancakers or whatever. It did not have a good
Pancake
name.
Factory.
Pancake Factory. They had announced that after he signed, and was real excited. I mean, for a guy like that, and Texas doesn't take too many guys like that who were, never considered to be elite talents and never probably in the plans to be a starter.
With all due respect to your boy, Kyle Follett isn't even offering him nowadays. That was a Herb and special that came in the cycle before they got there.
Right.
That's why he was. Wasn't he eventually taken off scholarship?
I'm not sure about that. I don't think so.
Okay. My bad.
Saw his dad. Our dads run into each other a lot. Great family. It's too bad it didn't work out there. But he walked in. I wish that we did like a before and after picture of Max Merrill. He walked in kind of clean cut, a little bit longer hair. His hair goes down to like his stomach now. He looks kind of, like a beast.
He's all iced out from that Pancake Factory.
From that pancake. That was what I was leading to. He got $200,000, maybe $250,000. I'm not sure.
They eventually discontinued it. I just don't remember when. Yeah, it's also funny to think like Texas is paying Kelvin Banks way more. Like, what are we fucking talking about?
Yeah.
Him and Cam Williams are committed to Oregon. You think Mario Cristobal got them to commit to Oregon just because they wanted to be Ducks so bad? Hell no. Hell no. And Oregon was trying to keep them committed without having a coach in place during like that stretch of time after Cristobal left. And they were like, man, F this. Like we can't sign with the school who doesn't have a head coach, and they all pivoted to Texas, and it worked out. They're going to be drafted after 3 years, both of them. But like, it's so crazy to look at. And I've told this story before. I saw a guy who works for Texags, like probably about a month and a half after Jonah Williams committed to Texas, who walked up to me and is like, man, you only got Jonah Williams because y'all paid the most for him.
Oh, really?
It's like, well, one, I'm not Texas. I didn't pay for him. I cover Texas. Two, that's legal now. Three, how do you think you got Shamar Stewart, Shamar Turner, Connor Wigman, David Hicks, the entire 2022 class? Y'all think they just wanted to be fighting Texas Aggies so bad? Fuck no. Like, come on, man. And what y'all did was legal. It was legal. Yes, people complain about it, but it was legal. But you can't turn around and say, oh, Jonah only went there. Like, hey, in retrospect, I think he made a pretty good decision. Baseball program is balling. Yes, his primary recruiter, Gideon's gone. But they brought in a guy who was 3 Thorpe Award winners, 20-plus draft picks to replace him. And also, like, every now and then, I mean, they're in every cycle. There are players who are just special, where no matter what, who's coaching them, if I'm coaching them, Terry Joseph, Dwayne Aquino, Mark Horphy, those guys they're gonna get it out the mud, and they're gonna go to the league no matter what because they got the right mindset, they got the talent, athleticism, everything. Jonah Williams is one of those guys, in my opinion. Jahdae Barron was 1,000% one of those guys. Drew Makuba, Malik Muhammad's one of those guys. Like, it's where in high school, even just like you spend 10 minutes around them, hear them talk, see them work. It's like, yeah, he's going places, and it doesn't matter who's coaching them. Different coaches could help, but at the end of the day, Jahdae, I think, was getting to the league no matter who was coaching him. So I mean, dude, like I remember even the 2022 season, and I mean that was when he was really coming into his own at the star position, rocking number 23, and then it carried over into the next year. Like, I felt like he was damn near Texas' best player, if not the best player in 2023. And he shifted out to corner because the NFL didn't value him at nickel and they wouldn't pay him. So he's like, all right, I got to prove I can play corner. And guess what he did? He won the Thorpe Award. So the point I'm trying to make here, like, when it comes down to it, Texas has an incredibly high hit rate on getting these guys that I think are going to be successful no matter what. But when you can put them in a program, SAC program like Texas has, the other development coaching that Texas has, it's like a win-win scenario all around. Jahdae is going top 15, I mean, like,
Is he going top 15? Is that you're saying that as a
that, yeah, I'll call. He's going top 15. I'll also say, man, Matt Golden. You're going first round, my friend.
Let's get to a little bit of combine stuff because so last Sunday, heading into the combine, we did our roundtable at Horns 24/7, and I said that Matthew Golden was going to be the biggest riser from the combine, and in that I said that yes, he will have a great week. Teams will be more interested in taking a receiver faster in the first round, but he will not pass Tatori McMillan. I'm seeing a lot of mocks where he's passed Tatori McMillan, and this has just come out of nowhere. I mean, Jordan, we're talking about a guy that, and I would say 85% of the time, if you simulate this past season and don't account for maybe some odd things going on during his tenure at Texas, Matthew Golden is playing another season in college. Whether it's a Texas or not, this is just insane. I mean, he might be the first receiver taken. He was wide receiver 3, wide receiver 4 heading into the season in Texas.
Man,
and Isaiah Bond is going to be, a day two pick, I guess. I
don't know about that. Like, what up, BG? By the way, shout out.
What's up, Brett?
BG, Brett Greenberg, with our Bama 247 site. This is the dude who outscooped the entire world on the Isaiah Bond portal stuff. So he covers Bama. Bond goes in the portal, calls someone close to him. Hey, what do you know anything here? Yeah, he's going to Texas. All right, cool. Crystal balls him, bang, 24/7 broke it. But Isaiah Bond, like talking all that shit, you're gonna break the record. You were hurt last year. You've never gone over, I think, 500 yards.
Yeah, Brett. I don't know if you can tell, but Isaiah Bond has not been the most
hard to invest. I would not put a day 2 on him. I did see the 49ers are a team that met with him, and I'm like, God, no. Like, no, we lose Deebo. We can't draft this guy. Please, no.
What do you think about that? Deebo to for nothing, but
yeah.
So the Texans were attached to that, and seeing what the Commanders gave up, I wouldn't have even given up that. I think he's that much of a detriment.
Yeah, I think he's washed and overweight. I love him. I love the memories he had with the 49ers, the plays he made. And I think at different times was genuinely probably the best playmaker in the NFL. But, man, I don't think he's ever played a full season in the NFL without missing at least one game. Very injury prone. He's also older. This dude played 5 or 6 seasons at South Carolina and had like 3 season-ending injuries at South Carolina. Injuries have always been a problem. It's because he consistently plays overweight in his playing style. So, I kind of hate it. Like when you dumb it down, they basically got everything out of him when he was young and now are dumping him off to the commies for a 5th-round pick. But, man, that's the way this works. NFL, not for long. That's why all these dudes are trying to make as much money as they possibly can and get it all in guaranteed money. I understand it. It makes sense. But, like, he didn't have value whenever the 49ers had to put out, hey, we're going to trade this guy, So, yeah. But as far as Golden goes, I want to say, like, way too many Texas fans were like, oh, this receiver from Houston, cool. Like, no, this was a top 247 prospect. Like, this was a guy Texas was really trying to get once he backed out of his TCU commitment because they fired Gary Patterson.
Yeah.
Like, they were doing everything they could. And the Kill Shorts and UH, I won't lie, they dropped the bag. That is what happened. But the Kill Shorts also did a really good job with Houston. And that was a really interesting time. It was the 2022 cycle. People are still figuring out NIL and figuring out, okay, how much can we actually pay this guy at this position? Where Houston under the Kill Shorts, I mean, they were signing consistent 3-stars, and he was landing 4-stars. How does that happen? Who was even their QBs in those classes? Nobody's, right? Put 2 and 2 together.
In the Houston class of 23, is that what you're asking, or 22?
Sure.
I think keep talking, but I think I remember the name. I'm gonna look it up before I say it, but it was someone not good.
But with Houston, like, bro, Golden was a baller. They didn't see what he did versus Texas, and I want to say I called that. No one had even told me Texas and him were talking at that point. I don't even think they were. But whenever Texas played Houston, and I have these texts on my phone, I was like, hey, I kind of feel like Texas is playing their receiver 1 next year. And I have the text on my phone. I know I said that out loud on the show with Jeff and in the Horns 24/7 group chat. But I mean, it just made so much sense. Like Holgerson was on the hot seat, was about to get canned. Shorts was probably getting canned. Stayed at Texas kid. Like it just made too much sense. They saw how he did versus them. And I also, about a week later, I'm like, hey, this Jamari Caldwell dude is actually pretty good too. Months later in the portal. So I don't know. And hey, yeah, how about Longhorn Bear? Thank you for this. Vic Schaefer.
Yeah.
Is he the top coach on the Texas campus? Sorry, I'm playing. But he's up there, seriously. Great job by him. Number one team, first-time program history. Let's go, boys. Girls, I meant. My bad.
Jordan, I think this is an interesting conversation, talking about receivers, and you were talking about Deebo. Deebo is 29 years old, and yes, he has had a lot of injuries over the last 5-6 years since he's been in the NFL. But then you look at a guy like Amari Cooper and Stephon Diggs, and I think DK Metcalf maybe getting into that group where from 27 to 29, maybe 30, is that the new shelf life of NFL receivers? Is it going to change how receivers are drafted? Because it already feels like this was going to be the year where we were going to have less receivers drafted in the first round. The same trend that we've seen over the last 5 or 6 years of we're not going to take a lot of running backs in the first round because the shelf life is so short. It's 6-7 years. I think with running backs now, as the shelf life for receivers has gotten shorter, the one for running backs has gotten even shorter. If you're making to a second contract as a starting running back in the NFL, you've probably made an all-pro team because that's how rare it is at this point. So I think it's an interesting conversation to have with Texas having all of these guys coming out, and some guys that we expect will be, pretty major contributors in the NFL for 10 years or so, in some cases. So what do you think there? And now you've been through it as a fan. Should we expect to see guys play into their 30s at an elite level? And I'm just saying anyone at this point.
Well, I mean, I think in the NFL, dudes playing in their 30s has always been pretty rare. Again, it stands for not for long. Very few guys are able to play in their 30s. I mean, the average lifespan, I think, is still like 2.8 seasons, something like that, right? So, it is a good point you brought up. It does feel like they're kind of, I guess, cutting ties with the older guys earlier and earlier. But at the same time, even 10 years ago, how many 30-plus-year-old receivers were actually making impacts in the NFL? Like Anquan Bolden, maybe. Megatron, retired pretty early. Julio Jones, made an impact for a while and eventually just got old. DeAndre Hopkins believes he's over 30 now, still pretty good, but not what he was. T.Y. Hilton, like you said. It's always been pretty rare, I think, but now it's just it's getting accelerated further. And I do think one thing that isn't talked about enough that's changed a lot of the NFL draft. NIL has increased the hit rate of draft picks so much because these dudes are coming back where it's like, fuck, look at Jade. He would have gone day 3 last year, right? He comes back, wins the Thorpe. He's now going in the first round. He's the same player he was. He just got a year more, another year of starts under his belt, another year being, a DB in the SEC or first year in the SEC, whatever. You know what I'm trying to say? It increases, I think, the hit rate. Other guys, they would always have left after 3 years. They come back for a 4th because they can make an insane amount of money. If NIL isn't a thing, does Quinn Ewers leave after last year?
Oh,
it's something to think about, right? And the more games you have on someone, the more experience they have, more snaps they have, it's going to give you an easier projection to how these guys can project to the NFL, stuff like that. So, I do think it is lowering the bust rate and raising the hit rate of the NFL draft because these guys have more starts under their belt, more snaps than they've ever had because they'll come back for a 4th year, make more than they would as a rookie day 3 pick, and they can improve their stock. So, look at Alfred Collins. He's supposed to go top 60, top 80, top 90 now, about that range. And he lit up the combine, did a good job. But like, if he left last year, he would have been picked because of what he is as an athlete. He would have gone day 3, but now he's going to go day 2. And you don't think Texas paid him out the ass last year? They definitely did. They needed D linemen. They needed impactful D linemen that have been in the system. So that is what I think is really interesting. How like 10 years from now, someone could get from when NIL became a thing to 10 years into NIL and look at the hit rate for the draft on players, bust rate, whatnot, compared to 10 years pre-NIL. I think it will be a big difference.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I feel the same way, and I think it will mainly be, and I don't really like this, and I think it's why a lot of people don't like NFL at this point. I mean, NIL and the way college football is I think the hit rate from schools like Texas and Alabama and Georgia and Oregon and whoever else, at that point is still just producing NFL talent. The hit rate there will be extremely high. At some of those other schools, it's going to be lower than ever. And I'm sure that's what it is now. Because, look at the NFL draft this year. Out of just powerhouse programs, I can think of maybe 3-4 players. And I'm not including the Colorado guys in that because, they've been their own show the last.
Yeah, they're also not a powerhouse program. They're the Colorado Buffaloes.
Right, but I'm saying, guys that aren't coming from favorable situations. That's what I'll say.
Okay, yeah.
Favorable situations. There's a guy named Mike Green, outside linebacker, edge, went to Marshall. There's Ashton Genty, but he was just a Heisman finalist. Other than those two, there's an offensive lineman out of North Dakota State I know the Texans are looking at. Other than that, think of who all of the top picks are going to be. Cam Ward out of Miami. And I'm not saying this is weird because this is what we should expect. But this year, it's all big schools. It's Miami, and then it's going to be Penn State, and then it's going to be Missouri, the offensive tackle that they had there. LSU with Will Campbell. You're going to have, Arizona is a little bit of an outlier, but they've previously been good and had a.
I think either Genty or the cat from Marshall are going to be the first G5 guys picked, probably, I'd say. And I think both are pretty much
will be the first, yeah.
I think I'm blanking on his name, but the cat from Marshall, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be a lock first rounder. Might be wrong.
Yeah.
But you make a good point. And you're out of your mind if you don't think those dudes are being tampered with, right?
Right.
So
yeah.
They stayed, and I love that. That is a humongous green flag. Does anyone remember last April when Nick Saban is this guy the Eagles just drafted in the first round at corner, Quinyon Mitchell, this was our number 1 guy to get in the transfer portal. He would never go. So if Bama was offering him crazy money, if Saban was trying to get him, that means at least 10 other Power 4 schools were as well. And he stayed. And you think the Toledo Rockets could pay him anything close to what they did? Hell no. So whenever you show that loyalty, you stay. That is a big green flag, I think, for any football fan, but also NFL front offices. So I'm very curious what the amount of G5 picks will be, even in 7 rounds year to year, because I do think it's going to go down.
We know the Genty, he did get some offers from other schools. And it was widely covered at the time, although the country did not know what he was about to do. And I don't think he himself even knew that. Mike Green's an interesting one, where I'm not sure if he got, a lot of NIL offers after his after the 23 season. He had a good year. He had 43 tackles, 4.5 sacks, forced fumble. Compare that to the reason that he's a first-round pick right now. 81 tackles, 17 sacks, 3 forced fumbles, 2 touchdowns. Just an insane stat line. And a guy that, it looks like he had 1 more year. Looks like he had a medical red shirt and, his first red shirt. But you're getting first-round projections. I understand why you're going, but that would have been a real interesting one. And I think we'll see, like you were saying, we're seeing a lot more of those where guys are, projected to go to the draft. The first one that I can remember, and this was pre-NIL, but I do believe that some form of payment did affect it, was Justin Herbert, who could have been the first quarterback taken in the 2019 draft. Could have been the first overall pick. The Cardinals had the pick, and I think that was seen as not a good spot for him. So Kyler ended up getting that, that number 1 spot. Justin Herbert stayed a year at Oregon, had a good year, but was not the best, quarterback in the draft. Joe Burrow was. So that is one of the first times that I can remember something like that happening. That was a big story then. It seems like we see like 5 or 10 of those every year now. And it's not always first-round guys. But like you were saying, it's guys that could be day 3 picks and then wait a year and become day 2 picks.
No, there definitely is the reverse where dudes lower their stock for sure.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was getting to, is that we've seen a whole lot of those. A whole lot of, I'm going to stay here for a year and I'm going to coast because I'm already projected to be drafted. I know that I'm a first-round talent. People are going to figure that out. And I coast and my team doesn't do so great, and all of a sudden I'm not getting drafted at all. I'm Isaiah Bond. I am going to be a first-round pick. Look at all the mock drafts in August and September. There's no way that if I don't, play pretty well here at Texas, that I'm not a first-round pick. The ankle injury is unfortunate. It's out of his hands. And once he comes back, I'm not going to come on this show and talk about a player's effort level. But it did seem like that was an issue at some point. And now, after, being a projected, the second receiver taken in the draft, he may not even be the 10th receiver taken in this draft at this point. So it's NIL, if it's given us anything. I'm glad we kind of started the show with this, and we're not quite ending it, but rounding it out with kind of the same conversation of NIL giveth and NIL taketh. That's what we've seen here.
No doubt. Jose brings up a great point when we were talking about, the smaller amount of G5 guys getting taken. You said it's because of the portal. Good players at lower levels will continue to portal to bigger schools. Imagine Cam Ward out of Incarnate Word. Facts. One thing I love about Cam Ward, I think NFL draft people have figured this out, but dude, he averaged like 26 a game in basketball as a junior. Like, there's something nutty, And I mean, shit, played year 1 at UIW, was the FCS Heisman, portal to Washington or Wazoo, followed as OC. So, or head coach, I don't even remember. But, I love Cam Ward. I know people hate him. I love what he does in the pocket. That shit's hilarious to me. Him just standing back there, kind of like how Genty stands pre-snap. I love that. And also the thing about him, I would rather hurt myself than play quarterback for the Cleveland Browns, especially when they got Deshaun Weinstein still there. As
he won't be there longer than the end of the year, though.
Yeah, I know, but like, man, you might as well keep him around. All the guaranteed money they have tied into him. Horrible vibes, but like, at least try to get something out of it. I don't know. But like, dude, if I'm New York, I'm drafting Cam Ward over Shedeur, no question. And it's not just about.
I don't think
he's a better
I don't
player.
think there's any doubt that Cam Ward is the best quarterback in this draft.
But
I mean, I've seen some things where Shedeur's not even going in the first at this point.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way that happens. But with Cam, like, man, you got to be built for it to play New York. I think Daniel Jones is a great example of not being built for it. I think Sam Darnold is a great example of not being built for it, at least that early in his career. But I think Cam Ward is built for it. And I think, Shedeur, he's obviously had a lot of limelight, cameras on him and stuff, but those, for camera stuff that they created and brought in, it's a little different, right? So if I was New York, I would feel way better about Cam, not just the player, but, the person and surviving in that atmosphere, that environment. But, yeah, and Naaman Roberts with
I'd love
interesting
to talk about
question.
this one.
So Jordan, what are your thoughts on Sam Houston winning their conference and winning their first bowl game? That program is gaining momentum over all teams not named Texas or Texas A&M. Yeah, the Bearcats got it cooking. I actually have signed some really fun players out of high school. Drew Makuba's little brother is going into his sophomore year over there. They got another kid from LBJ named Jaquan Hardy, who went to TJC for a year or two and then portaled over to Sam Houston. The DeSoto quarterback from when they went back-to-back state titles, he's over there. And, I mean, that kid was a fascinating recruitment. DJ Bailey, because he legitimately was maybe like 5'9", 5'10", and was over 200 pounds. Like, he was overweight as an undersized quarterback. But, dude, the effing arm on that guy, holy crap. Like, if you stuck his arm on like a 6'3", 200-pound kid, 6'3", 180-pound kid. He's going elite power 4. Like, he had a great arm. He just was pretty immobile and was not only undersized, but, a little bit overweight. So those are the type of guys you take at Sam Houston State. And you say, hell yeah. And I've heard pretty good things about him from talking to some sources over there. So I love playing with them in Dynasty. I've won like 3 national championships with them in Dynasty and put them in the Big 12 so I can slap around everyone else. But I love what they're doing over there. Will, I'm sure you're going to bring it up. They got Mabry Matoyer.
They do.
From the Woodlands, who went to Wisconsin and then portaled there. I think that is a good fit for him. I think that's about what his playing level is, or at least what I thought it would be out of high school. There's some other interesting takes. So excited to see what they can do. Pretty likable, and love that staff over there. But I don't know. You have any thoughts on the Bearcats?
I'm the son of a Bearcat. I didn't grow up like a fan. But I did go to the Battle of the Piney Woods, I think it's called.
Yeah.
Maybe
SSA. Battle of the. No, I think you're right.
Battle of the Piney Woods. They always play it in NRG. I went to that quite a few years. I was very happy when Sam, moved on from the minor leagues, dominated FCS in that COVID year, and then just went to whatever they're in now, the American. CUSA?
I don't know. I always get like half of those G5 teams confused. It's also because like they move conferences like every 3 years. So
they're not in the Horizon League. I'll say that they're not in the MAC.
I think are they not Conference USA now?
I think Conference USA. Anyways,
okay,
that's a pretty open conference. I think they'll be added to the American pretty soon. That's what Rice is in, and I just think it's so cool that we are like 2 steps away from Sam Houston State and Rice. Being, fringe Power 4 teams.
Yeah,
but
hey, watch out, Jeff Traylor.
This is true. They need a new stadium so bad. The one out in Huntsville, I spent some time there in high school. We were doing a photo shoot for a company that I was working for at the time. Truly,
shout them out. Vibe.
Truly, it was Vibe. It was Vibe Media. Truly a shithole. Could not believe that a college team played there. Rice is a different situation. And I know we're not talking about Rice right now, but as a Houston kid and a team that has done pretty well and has invested a lot in the program over the last few months with a coaching change and some new NIL initiatives, I think that's another one to talk about because they are also kind of stunted by an old stadium that I don't know, Jordan. I don't know if you knew this, that once hosted a Super Bowl.
I did know that they always post about it. JFK also had a speech in that stadium because they always post about that. I will say, though, like, they are so different, Sam Houston State and Rice. Rice struggles to get kids there because no one can get into the school, right? Where Sam Houston State struggles to get kids in there because no one wants to go live in Huntsville, and everyone knows Huntsville as being where the state pen is. Literally everyone, right? I mean, that like Tavondre Sweat in every interview, and they're like, "Hey, what was it like growing up in Huntsville?" He's like, "Well, the state pen." Like he always starts it off with that, right? So, I don't know. I'm curious to see what they do. It's going to be interesting though, because they have like no NIL funds, and I don't think very many kids go to Sam Houston State out of high school unless that's their best opportunity. But they're in an interesting situation. They can get kids out of the portal that went out of state or went to big in-state schools and didn't work out, and potentially do a bounce back with them. But I don't know. The Bearcats are an interesting program that I want to root for.
I think it would have been an interesting landing spot for he who shall not be named, a former Texas wide receiver. If things had gone better for him over the last few months, and I think Mabry is one of them. He wasn't a extremely high ranked guy out of high school, but seeing some more guys like that would be pretty interesting.
Yeah,
let's end the show here. Go ahead, Jordan.
I wanted to talk about I think I found me an NFL player that's 14 years old over the weekend.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Let me
take that.
Let me set the stage. So this kid, 6'5", 175 pounds. He's a freshman at Converse Judson. All right. Let me share my screen real quick. This is what he looks like. His name is Jamari Bowens, J'' Bowens. Well put together kid. Damn. There we go. You know, you can see well put together kid. 6'5", 175. Was playing 15U for DEF CON. There he is. Let me show you some of these clips, Will. Oh, wait. It didn't hold up. I have to stop screen sharing and reshare. Was a varsity starter in basketball as a true freshman. First team all district. Why? Because clips like this. Has one offer right now in football from UTSA. He played freshman or JV ball as a freshman. And, man, to see him move around, super raw still. But, like, this is what it's supposed to
Wow. Did he jump on that play?
Yeah.
Either way, but
this is what it's supposed to look like, right? And you want to guess who his older brother is, Will, just for good measure?
Johnny Bowens is
Johnny Bowens, who was a top 247 D lineman in the 2023 cycle, who signed. Oh, this one's nice too. Who signed with Oregon, ended up portaling to UTSA. Watch the steal transition slam.
It's not too bad.
And this is one of the most competitive districts in all of the state of Texas. And he was first team all district in basketball as a freshman. Oh, guess what? Guess what, Will? He also does track in high jump 6 feet as an 8th grader. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So I hope he sticks to football. I do think if you're a 6'5" athletic receiver, you can have a lot of opportunities in football compared to basketball. But, I mean, he does seem like a good enough hooper where he could end up going D1. Again, right now, his only offer is UTSA, and he currently has 98 Twitter followers. I'm going to post him on Twitter later today. That will change very quickly. And, I mean, if he sticks at it, like, this is a 20 offer kid easily in football and an easily projectable NFL guy, in my opinion. Like, just some of these clips, I mean, like, holy shit, dude. Let me see if I can pull up this specific one. Where is it? He posted 4 of them.
You are no longer sharing your screen, by the way.
All right, whatever. We'll just we can talk about him tomorrow. But Jamari Bowens, heard about him here first. If I stamped him, it's because I believe in him. He's a dude. And the name you need to know. Also, you want to see something crazy? Will this will be one of the last things we leave the show with. Where is this kid? Because you know me, I hate middle schoolers as far as football recruiting goes, and I don't really post them. For obvious reasons. They're in middle school, and very rarely will kids who are top middle school players end up well. But let me put y'all on real quick. So this kid. His name is Jarris Ingram. This is an 8th grader right here. This kid is in the 8th grade.
Yeah.
Right? Pretty damn big. This is what it's supposed to look like. True 6'3", 6'4", also hoops, also runs track. Guess where this kid is currently in middle school and is supposed to go to high school?
Tell me, Jordan.
Duncanville. Right? They just shit out specimens, dog. I'm telling you. Like, it was crazy. And they had him playing 14U. Do you know how unfair that is? I'm talking to Bam, and I'm like, yo, how did a Juice 14U do? And he's like, man, they got their ass kicked. And I'm like, okay, how did that kid do? Like, I'm really interested in him. And I'm like, he already has an OU offer, Mizzou offer. He's an 8th grader. Bam goes, you want me to be honest? And I'm like, yeah, because usually Bam's kind of a hater. And he's like, man, Jordan, he had raw sex with the 14U.
Oh.
That's what he said. It showed me some of the clips, and I was just like, oh, my gosh, like all time. So, that he's going to be a guy, the next one up at Duncanville. But, yeah, we can get out of here. Apologies that offended anyone.
What a way to end. All right, Jordan. Tomorrow we'll have some more general recruiting topics to go over. I'm sure there will be some more midweek news. I had some news from Florida yesterday, so we'll see how that kind of develops, and some more official visits getting scheduled. We'll talk about that, and Jordan, tell me about the midday mashup.
Yeah, actually not sure what exactly they got on schedule over there today, but go check it out. Texas Sports Unfiltered app, 11 to 2. They'll be doing the midday mashup, audio only, and then at 2 p.m. the live stream will be back. Chip and Zay talking all things Texas, and wherever you get your live stream, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, you name it. And we'll get out here. We appreciate all y'all listening, commenting. Rob, Naaman, Jose, Double D, Longhorn Bear, Brett Greenberg, Beaver Lynch, Jason. We appreciate y'all, and we'll see y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a good Tuesday.